Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. To the final Rings of Power analysis stream for, I guess, the next 2 years or something. So I kind of will miss those streams. And as somebody has written at the beginning, yeah, therapy stream or something like that. Yeah, it could end up like that, I have to admit. Anybody actually liking the show? For sure. But yeah, welcome. Nice to see you people here. That was interesting. That was really an interesting day, I have to admit. I think this was the fastest I ever had a review done on this channel for the show. And yeah, it's there. I even made a command for it. So for people interested in my, I don't know, review or whatever, maybe it work. Maybe the bot will work. Maybe it won't work though. There it is. Awesome. So probably there's a typo in it. Whatever. But the link should work. I hope it's not the link to the stream here, to be honest. But no, it should be right. I hope the what is it called? The thumbnail's not too much a spoiler, to be honest. I tried to make it a bit bigger so it is less a spoiler. But I don't know. You can watch it later. Currently, we maybe work on this stuff. I would definitely appreciate if people would look into my scripted videos because they need some love. Also, much shoutouts to all the people who watched my my predictions video for episode 8 that got like really good views in a very short amount of time. I have to admit that was a video I produced insanely fast. Like, I have no idea how fast I produced this video. It was kind of a lazy video, to be honest. And it's always the same. Like, the scripted stuff that is so much more work to do always kind of struggles. Do a lazy video, suddenly 15k views on it, and saying, okay, what's going on there? But I have to admit, my predictions were pretty spot on, though. I have to say, predictions, like, I wouldn't say prediction king, but kind of. That was, that is, yeah, it was, I was pretty pleased with the outcome of this video. It seems like, after analyzing every episode for multiple hours, it seems like I know what I'm talking about. That's such an awesome feeling. But yeah, I don't know, chat. So yeah, we will look into the current episode though, which is also, we maybe look a bit into what has season 1 of Rings of Power given to us. That's a very big question. Also, chat, shall I move this spectral thing here, whatever it's called? I could move it to the top. Maybe that's better for you guys. Maybe it's less annoying. So you know when I'm talking, because I have no face cam and so on, it's of course always like a little visual effect that maybe makes things different. Yeah, 35 minutes. I edited it together. Currently, I can't access this. Did I save that? Oh no, I might have not saved it. That would be terrible. But I saved the stuff. I edited the stuff together and checked what would take longer: crafting the Rings of Power in the Eregion section, episode 8, or all the nonsense on the raft and the ceremony and getting Galadriel to Numenor part. Like, I edited together and turns out it's 26 minutes in the first 2 episodes of Galadriel sailing in the nowhere section. I edited, I think, a few things even out of that. So maybe it's even a bit more. But it's kind of telling, in my opinion, if they forge the rings in 35 minutes and spend 2 episodes on sailing in the water. Like, it's mind-blowing, I feel. Move it to the bottom. Okay, we could try that, chat. Maybe I guess we have to make a poll at some point if that continues here. Maybe like this? I mean, I could also put it above the... probably shouldn't play too much around with it. Well, maybe that's fine. Okay. Move it out. Well, it wasn't created for nothing. So yeah, we have to do Paul Boy is now Prediction King. To be honest, no, I don't want to be called Prediction King, but wait a minute. Engage with your audience. There's a new functionality in this thing. There's also like they changed stuff on YouTube, so that confuses me greatly. Like, isn't there a new text system or so? I'm not sure if it's online already or not. I got like a message. Help find out, connect with people, choose now. Where can I choose it though? Branding maybe? No. Basic information, handle. I think that is my @ handle, right? At Philosopher's Games. Should work. I don't know. New system. Look later into it. But yeah, there is a more complicated way. Did it say add? No. You can only add 4 options, not things. So how would you, like, we make several polls now. How would you rate episode 8? That's the last episode. How would you rate episode 8? Maybe should have prepared that, but I'm not prepared, to be honest. I got up at it's 6 a.m. For me, it's now 12 a.m. So yeah, and I have to stream. Well, I don't have to, but I would like to get the stream also done, so I have stuff out of my head for tomorrow. Out of 3, I can only make the out of 3 options. You know the reasons. Good. Okay. How would you rate episode 8? So I'm very curious how people like it, because I have no idea. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I also agree. The actor Charlie Vickers was also pretty good. Galadriel also, like the actress, Mordred Clark, also pretty good. But I'm kind of disappointed in the last episode, but I don't want to bias here too much. Okay, it's again a pretty mixed bag again. Like, some really liked it, some probably didn't like it. Abysmal option was missing. Well, that would be 1 out of 3. I would make 1 out of, like, I would give you 5 options, but Twitch only allows 5 options, YouTube only allows 4 options. So and 1 out of 4 makes no sense, because then you have nothing in the middle. Okay, it starts to get kind of balanced. Well, still more people didn't like it. Oh, Tirza's also here. Welcome, nice to see you. Welcome. I'm kind of surprised that I feel still kind of awake and not falling half asleep, but kind of working, still pumped, I guess. I'm not sure if it will do anything that I got my video. I think I got my video out comparison to the other creators relatively soon. I'm not sure if what other channels have their review out yet, or their analysis. I'm not even sure if they're making one. Maybe they just did. Yeah, I just did a stream on that. Whatever, I don't care. Kind of interesting. Also just checking some comments here because I feel like terribly behind. So I'm a bit slow in my head. As said, when the episode came out, I watched it, and since then I was working on the review. It's just out, ! Review in chat if you want to put it on your watch later list or something. No, you won't put it directly, but you know what I mean. What about the other rings? Yeah, we're talking about in a moment. Like, we go through the complete episode, through the interesting points, I would say. But I'm just waiting for people to finish the vote. Also, I still have to contact. Maybe he's here. Let me just see. Didn't I write it? Review? No. Yes, maybe Thomas is here because he won the raffle last time. So I still have to get in contact with him so he gets a code. Oh, Jack O'Neill SG1. I remember your name. I'm not sure if you were here in chat before, but like, I remember back in the day always watching good old Stargate. So I have fond memories of SG1. Wasn't there an outtake where Richard Dean Anderson said something like, "How do I look like MacGyver?" Really good. Yeah, SG1 were the good times. Stargate best, yeah. Pretty decent stuff, to be honest. I'll read. Overall, I enjoyed it a lot. Many beautiful and moving scenes. I agree on that. Going in, I tried to stay open to the reveals. By the way, on Twitter, I'm seeing that Anatar is expected to be shown in season 2. Interesting. Oh, Stargate Universe. I only ever saw the first season of that. And I kind of liked it, but it's a different topic. We should talk about the show, but... Oh, no problem, Jack. Jack O'Neill. Don't worry about it. I just... Maybe you wrote a comment or so. I just remember that we had a similar talk like a long time ago, where somebody was in chat and he had like a Stargate name. Maybe it was you. I said, oh, cool, Stargate. Stargate SG1 for the win, exactly. So there are no 7 nor no 9 or 7 rings. Yeah, it seems like. Aren't there 2 seasons out though for Stargate Universe? I think they canceled it after the 2nd season, which is still better than Firefly, which was fantastic, and they canceled it after only 1 season, which still is, in my opinion, a crime against humanity. But yeah. Can we do a Stargate watch party? That would be, to be honest, I guess fun. We could do a lot of watch parties in a way. I mean, I also said we will watch the 2 Towers in the cinematic cut and the Return of the King as a watch party. Yeah, also, of course, for all the people here, we will. It's an analysis stream, so I expect that you have seen the last and final episode or don't care. So there will be spoilers. Speaking of Rip Sadok, the old fool grew on me. I have to agree. I'm kind of sad that Sadok is out. Like, even though I predicted his death, but I'm really sad he's out. I would rather talk style, something I enjoy watching. Left the live stream for the analysis video. You clicked on it and then you thing switched. Yeah, Firefly was really good. Like, that was such an awesome show. I liked it so much. And then it just ended and never something happened. I miss Lenny Henry, yeah. Yeah, maybe we should start talking about the actual show. What happened to Firefly was just so sad. Such a great show, but flopped on TV due to stupid decisions. But I really didn't want to take over the conversation with sci-fi content. No problem. Like I feel like this might be another of these therapy streams. Yeah, that she was also a possibility, though I hoped she would not die. Like it's always like Nori already lost a parent. Now she lost her stepmom as well, and it seems like their relationship got better, or was, I think it was never really bad in the show. So maybe that would be a bit much if Marigold would have died instead. Like the worst thing could have happened if Poppy would have died. Like that would be too much in my opinion. I like the Sauron confrontation in Galadriel's mind. Yeah, I agree on that. That was, in my opinion, pretty well done. I should also end the poll. I think we have 43 polls. The other people maybe are not sure what to vote. 40% say it's bad. 31% say it's... Oh, the thing that... 31% say it's good, so 3 out of 3. Bad is 1 out of 3. And 27% say it's 2 out of 3. So that's very interesting. It's a relatively kind of mixed episode again. Very interesting to see, but I can see why. So, yeah, let us slowly start. Also, welcome to all the new viewers that maybe just tuned in a moment. We haven't started discussing the show, really. We are just currently said that Firefly only had 1 season. We talked a bit about Stargate and stuff like that. And I consistently remind people that there's a review out, and I managed to upload it pretty fast this time. The problem is I can't answer comments. That's a problem with the review, though. This is Stargate stream. No, we won't go full Stargate here yet. We maybe should do it like a Stargate stream or something. Yeah, that's true. What will happen to Adar is interesting. Though I have to admit, I'm very happy that Adar didn't die because I like the character. I think it's an interesting addition to the show. So there are definitely some light in the show. But let us. Where's my production thing? Here it is. You can hear me loud and clearly. There are no weird noises in the, like, I know, white noise, whatever you call it in English. I guess that is the English term for it. But you know what I mean. Let me just double check. On the stream. We could open the stream in a second window just to check what's going on. Wow, it's really loud. Okay, sound seems to be good. Then we can maybe start slowly but surely. Good audio here, good. I'm very curious how long we will go today. Well, not that long, I always say that, but as said, I got up at 6, so I'm awake for 18 hours now, if I calculate this correctly. And I only had a 1-hour break for lunch, and that was basically it. And now I'm streaming again, so busy day. But it's every Friday was so far like that. Did the showrunner say the second season is villain oriented? I mean, it must be, because the first season was clearly not, and I think that was a big problem. In general, I liked the show and the episode as a TV show. It was beautiful done, and acting was good, in my opinion. I agree. The story was just so fast in certain very important parts. Oh, yeah, probably the message got cut off. The worst part is I don't drink coffee, only tea. So I currently only have water here. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We will get through it. It's not the worst day. Like, like when I decided to only make the video like 19 to 20 minutes long, plus the, I don't know, the outro phase, and then I don't know, it just makes it different when you don't make a 30-minute video or a 1 hour video. Like, let's not talk about the 1 hour video, which I also still have to do. Yeah, I think Matt was really also torn how to what to say about this episode. So I'm not sure what he's if he's internally struggling or so. Usually he's lightning fast with uploading and producing content. And I really try to be very fast today, and I kind of succeeded with it, which I'm proud of. I hope it results in good views on my video, but probably not, because YouTube hates me, but that's a different topic. There's still shout-outs to the people who watched last time, so maybe we should finally start with the actual episode. I haven't done timestamps, but what was already noticeable in this particular episode was that it did not start with the credits or so. That was kind of interesting to see. So here we see some beautiful landscape shots. Here we see the rain falling down and some some plants. Would you call this flowers? Probably. But I have I know computers. I have no idea of nature, so people here have to help me out there. But some beautiful shots, I have to say. I like this. You have to see the raindrops here. You see a little spider web here in the background. Pretty good. And then there's a very sad shot that we get in a moment. Oh, that's such a I really want to appreciate this shot here. That was a beautiful shot. We see it's raining and the stranger is out in the cold. It doesn't look really comfy, and he's alone and he looks sad. And I really like how first the focus is on the plants here in the front, and you don't see the background, and then the focus shifts towards the eye of the stranger. I think that's a fantastic shot. Like, the cinematography of this show is really so on point all the time. I don't know who the people were, but that's really, really fantastic. I'll just look in chat, because you guys writing quite a lot. I need to at least catch something of that. Please go on for hours again. It will probably take a moment or two until I can't talk anymore, because it's a tough day. And then, you know what I'm looking forward the most? When next week I can basically say, oh, there's no new episode, so I can just relax a little bit. I feel I kind of deserved it. Also, somebody is using the bot command, Sasha D. Shoutouts to you. Which, of course, users can also use the bot commands. Not all of them, but some of them. Yeah, that would be really interesting to see the confrontation between Sauron and Adar. That would be kind of interesting. Yeah, the actor who plays the stranger is really good. Daniel Wayman, I think. I've really, I know a lot. My brain is full with Tolkien and lore names. I can't memorize real names, so it's just when it comes to actor names, I'm really bad with that. That's also why in my videos I never mentioned them, because I don't know them. And whatever. Sometimes I do research, but as you can imagine, you probably know the names better than me. Well, excuse me, I had to yawn. So yeah, I just want to shout out the camera person. Fantastic work. Like this shot. Maybe I can even show it to you. Like look at this. It's a really cool shot because the background is so dark and so on. The stranger, you don't really see him, and when you just play the scene, see, I can't play clips too long, so fantastic shot. Like I really love that. That shot impressed me right at the start. I have to see when the first interesting stuff happens. So we see, yeah, here we see Erin Gallen. As a little text thing. I was just thinking that must be plural, right? And yeah, it's let me just double check. I have to be careful here with my screen setup, but yeah, it's Mirkwood, of course, or Greenwood the Great to be precise. Let me just double check. It's definitely yeah, Greenwood the Great, Erin Gallen. The wood of the green leaves is Erin Lasgallen. Mirkwood is Tower nur Fuin, of course. Interesting. What just happened there? But yeah, that's the Sindarin name of of Greenwood the Great. I'm just curious if there's like a literal translation of that. We can look into that. It also in a moment appears like Greenwood the Great is written under it. It means green forest. It's interesting. Like with Erin, I was just thinking, because in Sindarin, it looks a bit like it would be a plural word. Erin is forest. Maybe Aron means tree or something. No, Arondir. Harrod Noble. Interesting. Tree would be a Galav. So it doesn't work. Whatever. It doesn't matter too much. I was just curious. Also wasn't looking at chat for a moment. Light circle. So yeah, we see the stranger wandering towards Mirkwood. Can't tell you where he is exactly, but wait, let me just see here. It says the Greenwood the Great. The Great it is. On the map, maybe that is an interesting thing people want to see because we do map stuff here. So Greenwood the Great is this gigantic forest here where Rovanion is written over. He looks very small there. That is true. He looks really quite small there in this. He looks a bit lost. So again, like it's a cool shot if you like. Usually the stranger looks very, very tall and big. Tall and big, whatever. You know what I mean. Also, just for reference, in case people don't know the map that well. So here, for example, is Eregion. Here is Khazad-dûm. And the Shire later will be kind of here. Probably didn't hit it well, but roundabout. Yeah, that would be Hobbiton up there. So just people know. Rivendell will be here. And yeah, on the other side of the Misty Mountains are this here. And this is Rovanion. The R is a voiceless trill, which is strange. So it's always a bit same with Rune. A bit hard to say for me, to be honest, because I'm not used with using voiceless trills, but whatever. Yeah, and this is Greenwood the Great, later known as Mirkwood. And somewhere he must be there. My assumption is, because from the position where he was before, I would suggest that the half-foots are somewhere down here in this region. So I assume he goes kind of east with a little bit of north, and then he maybe hits this place down here. But yeah, I don't know exactly where it is. Kind of interesting though. Rovanion is the complete region. In case that's maybe a very good question, to be honest. Like, why is it called Rovanion? I can't show you how big Rovanion is. Rovanion is like it's the wilder lands, I think, is the translation of it, right, chat? Of course, I should maybe spell this correctly. And yeah, it's a huge region, yeah, wilder land. And it's hard to tell. I would suggest that this river here is like a limit for it. So you can see that Rovanion is probably really, really big. I think somewhere here in this area slowly runes, the area often called Rune, starts. And yeah, it goes all the way down. Rovanion, I think it goes even as far down as here. I'm not sure how big I made it on the map. I did some research on this. I forgot what the results were though. So I would have to look it up. But it goes really far down. So it's complete Mirkwood is in it, and basically everything else. This region here has like its own name. It's Kalinardon. It should not be part of the Wilderlands anymore. But all the other stuff, like from this river west to the Misty Mountains, basically all Rovanion. Like, it's a massive area. Also, my arrow just died. Arrow? There's Mr. Arrow. Oh, Spielkalb von Sparta is here. Welcome. Yeah, everything from the east from the Misty Mountains until you reach these rivers is probably Rune. It's, I think, not 100% clear how big it is. I would recommend to look into the Atlas of Middle-earth by Karen Wynne Fonstead. And she, I think, I mean, some sources when she did when she did the Atlas, she had not all text of Tolkien were released, so she had not complete information. But considering the information she had, she did a fantastic job. But yeah, coming back to the actual image, I kind of found it's an interesting point that somebody made in chat. It looks very small. Like, in the previously, like, it's kind of funny in a way. When he was with the Half-Foots and all the other scenes we have seen him, he was a giant. He was huge. He was like twice as tall or so compared to like a Half-Foot. He was really, really tall in comparison. But if you consider, if he would get to the big folk people, he's just a normal person, you know? He's maybe a bit taller, but not much. He's not a giant. And that's a kind of an interesting play with this. Like, he was in this place where he was the tallest and so on, and all these hobbits were, now he's alone. It's kind of sad in a way. Like some kind of, you could call it demystification, if that is a word, happens here. So it's, in my opinion, it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool idea for a shot. As said, cinematography in the show, pretty on point. Moin. Welcome, Lutz Wiechers. Nice to see you. Kind of always surprised. Like, according to my analytics, only like 3% of my viewership is from Germany. But every time I start a live stream, I have like so many Germans. That's kind of cool. But yeah, pretty awesome to see you people here. Let me just see, where is this? Okay, next in, like, good that we already streamed, like, I assume we streamed 46 minutes already, and we are still talking about this stranger at the beginning. Oh boy. But yeah, he walks through the forest. Oh, that is a cute scene. I found this really cute. Why is the stranger so clumsy? Like that scene I also really like. Like I have to really give shout outs to the people capturing these pictures, just fantastic. Like here, he has this map. It now got really wet, and a little apple is in it, the gift from Nori. So he has a little lunch for the way. That's pretty awesome. Ancestors were German doesn't count. I mean, from the analytics standpoint, it depends on where your internet connection is logged in. So in that regard, it doesn't matter too much, I guess. Thank you, Lutz, much appreciated. Yeah, he needs a staff for balance. That's an interesting point you make. Like, he has not the staff and he's completely out of balance. However, I still find it kind of cute, him seeing with the apple. And looks very cold. And then, like, I don't know, this is what I have to admit. I don't know how they managed to do this, but it's kind of a heartbreaking scene. Like, first of all, we now in a moment learn about an ability of the cultists that I got hinted at by Dan yesterday, because I think yesterday was Thursday, right? So yesterday we had the very small roundtable stream. Sadly, one of my guests couldn't join, and I couldn't find replacement in time, so we were only two. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, clumsiness is definitely a sign of goodness. That's also a very good point. I agree on that. That's potentially also why I think he is not. He was not evil, and also went with the Halbrand call. That's definitely part of it. I wasn't thinking too much about it, but it's kind of interesting. But he sees now like somebody in the wood, which usually would be scary. Like if you would expect to be alone and you see somebody, but the person might also kind of look like Nori, and that is an interesting point. And now he walks, and I don't know how it happens exactly. Yeah. He's clumsy again, loses balance, and his apple rolls away. Like, isn't that a heartbreaking scene? Kind of. I really find this an emotional scene in a weird way. You know what I mean? Like, he hasn't eaten this apple because it was a gift on the way. I mean, I'm not sure how long he had to walk. Like, if we look at the map and I mean, the show has a very big problem when it, like, I don't know why do they show maps so much when every map information they give us makes no sense. Like, let's assume the Harfoots were kind of here last episode. Like, we know they were leaving the. Let me just pull the arrow here. We know they were leaving the. They were going through the Wetwang or the Dead Marshes that will later become known as the Dead Marshes, and from there they go further east in this direction. What is this? Whatever. In this direction here, and he has to go to Greenwood, which is here. And just to give you an idea how big distances are, this here is Orodruin, and this mountain range is 50 miles away. So just give you an idea how far this stranger had to walk to get there. Like the show sadly makes it like yeah, he walked like, I don't know, an hour or so. But if we would actually consider the distance, we are talking about, I don't know, 600 miles or something like that. It's really a huge distance that he potentially walked, like at least a couple of hundred miles, which makes no sense, of course, in the portrayal. But as said, I have given up on consistency in their map depiction, if that is a word. But yeah, it's a heartbreaking scene that he has not eaten this apple over these 600 miles and kept it with him as a gift. And now he loses it. And you really see he wants to grab it. He does not want to lose the apple. And that I find kind of cute, I have to say. And it gives the scene some kind of purity, some kind of innocence, if that makes sense. If somebody cares for like a little apple rolling away. It's really kind of cute. Five seconds rule, okay, that's good. I don't do miles. Let's say it's 500 miles. That would be 800 kilometers. So it's quite a bit. 50 miles, just for the comparison, maybe that's a better indicator for it, are 80 kilometers. Have we ever seen an Istari eating? That's like in the books, I'm not sure, but there is an. I wish I could find the screenshot for it in fast, but I probably won't. But I could try, chat. There is an interesting notice in the Peter Jackson films, so you can of course debate me. I'm not sure if the books mention Gandalf eating at some point. Maybe I could imagine, but because in theory they also would need to eat. Let me just think. I hope I named my screenshots right. I'm probably not. Okay. Yeah, I think I found it. It's hard to see, but do you see this thing here? That's a little plate with a bread or something on it. So in a way, this implicates that he had something to eat, or somebody brought him something to eat on the Tower of Orthanc at times in the Lord of the Rings films, which I always find kind of cute when he's sitting there on the top of Orthanc in the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, and has this little plate here with a little piece of bread. Kind of cute as well. Yeah, they definitely smoke a lot though. Yeah, it's true. Gandalf likes tea, and of course the smoke, but I also don't remember him eating. Yeah, I would also agree. They probably would need to eat. Probably they are a bit more independent on eating, but yeah, different topic. But as my point is simply, I found this a really cute scene. I really like also the actor does it so well. I look at his expression, like he's really sad that his apple just rolled away. I'm really kind of shocked. It's fantastic. And yeah, then Spielkap says it's an interesting point that he makes. If they want to worship him or whatever, why would they lure him into like an ambush? And this scene we saw in the preview, I think, or in the trailer. I think it was in the preview of episode 8. And I didn't notice this, but in this scene you see Nori standing here, and then she basically blinks with her eyes, and you see that her eyes just also switch to the same color as the Dweller, and that is pretty interesting. Yeah, I agree, Lana Stark. The actors were pretty great. Oh, yeah, that's true. He eats when he meets Thorin in the second Hobbit film. That's also a good point. But I'm not sure if there's a book reference for it. Yeah, that's true. The contact lenses are maybe a bit visible, but whatever. I don't care too much. It's just such a short scene. You have to really stop the frame there to see it. Maybe. Will the real feminine please stand up? Yeah, I also try to establish the term feminine and the Nas girls, or Nas girls, in the video. It's an interesting point if the dweller is maybe Kamul, maybe also pronounced Hamul, difficult to say. I'm not sure. So why would she do this? I assume they simply do this like as a safety precaution because they are basically trying to capture Sauron. So maybe they want to be a bit careful in a way, and they know that or they expect. It seems like they know quite a lot about his state. Like they know that his mind is kind of foggy and he doesn't potentially remember. So they want to be careful. I assume. Like they definitely, this reference about wizards had to learn a lot about having a body and needing to eat. Okay, might be a note or something like that. Yeah, exactly. I also think they might have might need to approach him carefully, and then the dweller. It's an interesting effect that they use here. It's basically it's actually a thing I wanted to analyze. Oh no, it doesn't change here. So it's basically just like some kind of trick, and then Eminem stands up. Feminine, I should say, and yeah, looks at the stranger, which is kind of interesting. And this whole interaction is kind of interesting. And then also the nomad comes out with a staff here. No, I can't really see much. She also has like a moon symbol here, which seems to be very common with these people. And also the aesthetic. I'm not sure if there's a close-up next or not. Let me just double check. And yeah, we kind of expected that they want to hunt him, but they just tell him, okay, they want to serve him. So maybe I should leave the screenshot on for a moment longer. For that, I made a review where we discuss like my overall impressions. But here in this analysis phase, I just go through it frame by frame and give you my thoughts on this. Maybe we find some interesting details. Like my overall impression, I have to say, I'm not the biggest fan of this episode myself. Like, it has some good scenes and some emotional moments, and so I can see that if these moments are very important to people, it kind of works. But I personally am kind of disappointed that they rushed out the creation of the Three Rings of Power in just one episode. Like, for me, it could have been a whole plot line, if that makes sense. And maybe there will be more to creating. Maybe there will be another Anatar scene in the next season, though it makes no sense, in my opinion, if I'm quite honest here. And yeah, it's basically that. Like, I feel, especially if we have all the episodes available, and it feels a bit like that the problem with the show is how to express it. Like, a lot of plot lines make absolutely no sense and don't bring the main plot in any way, shape or form forward, and you definitely notice that some parts are missing. Like, not missing, but some parts would have needed more time, and the time is definitely there in 8 hours. They just spend it in weird ways. Yeah, it took like the whole ring creation process took like almost 100 years. So I can imagine that they move this together. There's also like a subtitle, which I haven't looked into, to be honest. It's kind of difficult to do on stream to check this, but the nomad says, we come to serve you. It also seems like, I'm not sure, I at the beginning I thought maybe Feminem is like the boss, but at this point it kind of seems like Feminem is maybe the most powerful of them, but she kind of says what's going to happen. So that is kind of interesting. Yeah, the entire season is, in my opinion, also really setup heavy. Like, I don't know. And especially that some of these parts don't play any role. Like, that is the most unfortunate part. Like, for example, Earien and Kemen. If you cut out those two completely from the show, it would make no difference. And that's unfortunate. They might be important in the next season or so, but I feel like some stuff felt so rushed, and it feels, why are they doing this? Oh, there's actually a close-up of the aesthetic as well. She has this weird helmet, like with praying hands on the helmet, which is interesting. Here we have an eye symbol, so yeah, our speculation was kind of right that they are related to Sauron. But next we have the credits scene, and then we come to Eregion. I would say though we just continue with the dwellers. We discuss Eregion separately. Yeah, the Countess powers are kind of interesting, I have to admit, so I'm curious. I have to say, some of the episodes I liked, like episode 6 I kind of liked, and I'm probably a bit more forgiving than some other people, but this episode definitely, I don't know, I'm really torn, like, it's really, for me, impossible to tell in a way. Like, overall, I didn't like I liked some of the scenes, don't get me wrong. It's not like I got no enjoyment out of it and I hated every minute. It's not like that. It's just, I'm kind of disappointed that they rushed certain things, and in retrospect, knowing this episode, some decisions feel like really strange, if that makes sense. Even though I think the episode in of itself, just if we only look at the episode, how it's made and so on, is in my opinion a decent one, but just in context of being a Tolkien adaptation and the other episodes, it's just kind of strange. Yeah, but next we see these three Nas girls talking to the stranger, and I predicted that also in my prediction video, that they think he is actually Sauron, and he is not, because I was at some point, due to his clumsiness and due to having this compassion for others in a way, and he's always sad when he does something wrong and he doesn't understand what's going on, and that makes him not evil enough in a way. And especially when, as soon as I learned that Halbrand was going to the Elven Realms, it was clear that he is Sauron. Spoiler, by the way, but as I said earlier, it's Ape says the entire show was simultaneously very slow and very rushed. I agree. But yeah, it's then I knew, okay, he can't be Sauron. Except they go for a weird story that Sauron split into 2 or 3 parts. Like, one part would be the Stranger, one part would be Halbrand, one part would be Adar or something. And then they have to fuse together with the Dragon Ball fusion dance or something, and then become Sauron again. I don't think they would go with this kind of storyline. That would be nonsensical. So stark, Nazgûl. Yeah. I try to establish that term for them here, and the show kind of gave me, like, that was purely accidental. We use this word at times as well. I make a watch party for all episodes. So far, there will be an episode watch party for this, and we'll also make a watch party on Twitch for episodes 5, 6, 7, and 8 at some point. I'm not sure when I have the time and desire to do that. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I agree with Jack O'Neill, like, and always wanted to agree with Jack O'Neill, but it's, yeah, I also would have imagined they would do the Forging of the Rings in the next season. I could have imagined that they maybe started crafting the lesser stuff, but yeah. However, when he's not Sauron, why would they search him? There are 2 possibilities. One possibility would be they hunt him down, or they think he is Sauron. And I thought because he came by meteor, and we also thought he was Sauron for quite some time, I assume that they basically think the same. And they, after burning down like, they were also evil in a way. And yeah, I don't know, it's, in my opinion, the information we got made this scenario more likely, that they think he's Sauron, and he is not, though. Yeah, it's possible that they reappear. Lol, love the Nazgûls. Nazgûls is also not bad. Oh, I just moved this further. Wait a minute, I have to find the frame again. But yeah, and they tell him about the Hermit's Cap, I think was what they called it. Der Hut des Einsiedlers in German. I also looked at some stuff in with German subtitles. I watched it with English, and I did some double check stuff with German subtitles. However, yeah, that's his star constellation. It's also on the piece of paper he's wearing. He got from Sadok. I have to zoom in a bit, else I never hit the frame. But yeah, sadly, the Men in the Moon theory is pretty much done as a result. Moscows would also not be bad. But yeah, he is definitely an Ainur, and one form Ainu. Singular. And these women, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of difficult to think who they might be. But yeah, they try to make him think that he is Sauron, or they also believe that he's Sauron. It seems like he has like power over wind and stuff like that. A kind of interest. In a way, I guess power over wind, we could argue, is maybe something Manwë related or so. So there would be an argument for Gandalf in a way, but I don't know. Gandalf also could use fire if he wanted, so there were a lot of possibilities, and lightning as well, which is also kind of Manwë related. And yeah, they feel like what is happening here. In a way. Also thought about using this here as a thumbnail for the stream. I'll make a screenshot of that in case I want to use it again. Okay. Yeah, that's true. They kind of look. Yeah, that's true. The scenes are great. It's the content or the script that lacks. But yeah, he unleashes his power, and then something interesting happens. The she grabs something. I'm not sure if she really grabs something, to be honest. Like, she makes a weird gesture. Like, she holds up her arm into this direction, but her fingers are closed or something. And then she, I don't know. She blows smoke into his, like, sleeping smoke or whatever into his face. I'm not sure how she does it, how this works exactly, but it's maybe I always forget that. Should maybe leave the image on for a moment so we can actually see it. And then the stranger is basically knocked out by this. It's kind of interesting. Here we see the little smoke cloud, and then the stranger just falls asleep. And here she says that he must be potentially what's it called, binded, like they want to be safe, that he seems to not know what's going on, and so on and so forth. Too much hard magic for my taste. Yeah, probably, I agree. Yeah, that's a good point. I made it in my review as well. How do they know that the Istari exist? That is also pretty strange. And it seems like the other two are like really good at hearing or something like that. I assume now in this scene, she wants to, like, I don't know, what's it called? Tie him together or something like that, just to be safe. And it seems like she noticed something. I think the Drella also noticed something. She doesn't, maybe not. I'm not sure. And yeah, they built kind of a trap, which is interesting to see. The Drella use sleep powder, it's super effective. True. Yeah, that is also a potential theory I could interpret, that they know about the East study because one or two or whatever are already in the East and they know about them. That's definitely a possibility. It could also be just a mistake in the script or something. But yeah, it was an interesting line that they said something like the others here. In this particular shot, we also see the ascetic smiling, I think. Like, she looks at them and she noticed something. And yeah, probably she has like a plan, which is kind of interesting. So now they're hiding the person. And here we also see the reason what is going on. We see a little head here popping up, and they notice that maybe the Harfoots followed them or something. And yeah, they want to set up a trap for them. Of course, hobbits are really hard to detect, so it's kind of impressive that they even notice them. But yeah, they also seem kind of powerful, I have to say. And yeah, now they see how the stranger, potential stranger, is put there and so on. Like, I find this very interesting because it shows a bit of the powers. Also, we notice, that is, she has a dagger somewhere. And yeah, Marigold uses actually like one of these Hobbit noise devices. A whistle or something like that. And yeah, they pull the weapons and go check what's going on. There we can already think of that the hobbits won't attack them directly. And yeah, they go looking for what was that. In the meantime, the Harfoots try to free their friend. Cute little scene here. Question is, where is the other cultist? And Marigold, however, finds like a foot and think, wait, who's sleeping here? Well, wait a moment. If that is the stranger, who is the other stranger then? And yeah, here we see again the possibility. Like here we see the stranger still asleep. Must be the sleep powder was very effective on the stranger. The red hair. Yeah, I always think of Melania Blade of Mikela when I see her. And now the stranger wakes up. And maybe we see another eye thing here. I'm not sure. Yeah, we see the eye thing again with the stranger, which is kind of interesting. So this is how we know who that is. And yeah, Sadok grabs the stranger, and because he's smelling trouble already. And yeah, I think that is the scene where he gets hurt, right? And here we see the ascetic throwing her moon weapon. And yeah, she misses Nori, and I think she hits Sardok there, which is kind of interesting to see. Also, I'm curious if she seems to have more than one of those things. So I also didn't expect it to be like a little boomerang or something. But yeah, she then hits Sardok, which is unfortunate because I really liked Sardok. I'm not actually sure if it's a bot invasion or what's going on. But yeah, kind of an interesting scene. I also have to just don't get confused here. Yeah, Nori then gets pushed on the ground by the others. And there's a thing. I want to actually kind of double check. You also see the fire in the background. And here we see the stranger transform back into the dweller. Sadly not good to see. Like, we have this effect here. My idea was maybe these are moths as well, or something like that. But it seems like I had the feeling when I saw this particular scene that it was leaves or something like in the thing. Also, Sasha D gifted a membership. Much appreciated. Thank you for your generosity. I'm not sure who received it. I think Killswitch got it. Doesn't Killswitch already have a membership? No, yeah, not. Okay, so welcome. And yeah, thank you, much appreciated. Also, Omkar's here. Welcome, Omkar. Nice to see you. I'm not sure how your name is exactly pronounced, but you have a Twitch sub. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, you're now double subbed. He does now. That is true. He does now. I remember now because I remember putting your names into the credits or so. So I was it's kind of interesting. Maybe I can go a bit back and forth here on the footage. Like, see this? It feels like she was covered in like leaves. What do you call this in English? Like German, it's Laub. If you have a lot of leaves. Foliage. Foliage, I think, is the term for it. Or maybe just say leaves, the plural. Greenery. But yeah, it's what we see here, and yeah, it falls down, and it seems like she cast it aside. It's an effective it's a diphthong. Aumka. A ghillie suit. Yeah, exactly. It's a ghillie suit. I'm not jelly. Oh, Christian is also here. Welcome. Oh, Sauger. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's an interesting effect. I hope you could see it, but I think I showed it on screen, right? Sometimes I'm not sure which screen you see. But yeah, as said, don't want to get into trouble, so can only show very few things here. And yeah, she now goes to her and she wants to immediately eliminate her, which would be kind of smart, I guess. But it's a classic film trope that if somebody is a threat that is high enough, then the execution won't be fulfilled, executed, whatever you say. Like, it won't be proceeded killing Nori, and it's a very classic film trope. I don't blame them for using it, because now suddenly the other dude appears. Like, suddenly Wind appears and they look over. I have to admit, I really like how this is filmed. Like, the whole scenery, I kind of like this, I have to say. How it's filmed and so on. The cinematography is so on point. I really like the actors and so on. I like how it looks. It looks so... yeah, you definitely see this was an expensive show. Yeah, and suddenly the wind is appearing. And wind currently seems to be like really a thing. And that also gives me like, I'm not sure, like I guess there would be always, excuse me, Jan, different possibilities. But wind, of course, like lightning, wind, clouds, and so on, that's all Manwë territory. So I feel like this is potentially a hidden hint that it's really Gandalf. Though the books say explicitly that Gandalf never went into the East. Maybe I can read you the quote from Lord of the Rings. In the meantime... I mean, you could, I guess, interpret it differently, but it's at least how I would interpret... Speaking of... Mithrandir, we called him in elf fashion, said Faramir, and he was content. He is content. Many are my names in many countries, he said. Mithrandir among the elves, Tharkun to the dwarfs, Olorin I was in my youth in the west that is forgotten, in the south Incarnus, and in the north Gandalf. To the east I go not. So this kind of indicates that he did not go to the east, and Rune translates to east. I said I always struggle a bit with saying that. Could there be 6 Easter? In theory, yes. Like the Lord of the Rings says, there are only 5 wizards because of the 5 staffs. But the Silmarillion has like a strange wording for the Istari. That can be kind of interpreted in different ways. Let me just see. I assume he hints at the blue wizards as well simply here, because there are also 2 more, and so the plural would make sense. Let me just see if I find where I start reading this. Long they journeyed far and wide among elves and men, and held a converse also with beasts and with birds, and the peoples of Middle-earth gave them many names, for their true names they did not reveal. Chief among them were those whom the elves called Mithrandir and Kurunir. But men in the north named Gandalf and Saruman. Is there a word missing? Maybe. Of these, Kurunir was the eldest and came first, and after him came Mithrandir and Radagast, and others of the Istari who went into the east of Middle-earth, and do not come into these tales. Radagast was a friend of all beasts and birds, but Kurunir went among men, and he was subtle in speech and skilled in the devices of smithcraft. Mithrandir was closest in council with Elrond and the elves. He wandered far in the north and west, and made never in any land any lasting abode. But Kurunir journeyed into the east, and when he returned, he dwelt at Orthanc in the ring of Isengard, or Isengard, which the Númenóreans made in the days of their power. So here you could maybe interpret this at after him came his son and others of the Istari. So Istari is plural in of itself. It says there are other Istari. How many? It's not really specified, but you could interpret it that there are more than 5. However, in all information we have about the wizards, it says it's 5 of them. So I would definitely go with 5, especially when you only have access to the Lord of the Rings as a source. I would argue it definitely is only 5 of them. Saruman did go east, yes. I also just, it was mentioned in the, at least in the Silmarillion text, that he also went east for a time, then returned to the west. So Saruman would be the only one that we know from the west that could also have been in the east at some point. But you have to consider that all the Istari came in the Third Age, except the Blue Wizards in the in the latest version Tolkien wrote about them. There's a text from his shortly before he died, like from the 1970 or something like that, and he died 73 in case people don't know. And in this text, the Blue Wizards are actually successful, while in all other texts they are not successful. And they also already came to Middle-earth in the Second Age. And that is kind of interesting to see. And yeah. Aulus Catapult. You have seen the stream yesterday, Killswitch, right? We definitely talked about Aulus Catapult there that blinked Gandalf to Middle-earth. Maybe it was also Ballista, also possible. Yeah, I would say they went really with a lot of fan service, so my bets are on Gandalf as well. But now we see the wind. Gandalf is blowing the wind up into the air. And suddenly comes out. Maybe it's not Gandalf. I feel for Saruman, he is a bit too clumsy. Like, Gandalf was not clumsy as well, in my opinion. Never interpreted him this way. About Radagast, we know too little, but I could imagine he was a bit more careless, if that makes sense, compared to, for example, Gandalf. So I would say a little clumsiness is working. But somebody makes the argument, without the stuff, they maybe are out of balance in a way, and that's why they are so clumsy. It's an interesting idea, though. Hello, my lord. Not sure how the name is pronounced, but Koba? Something like this. Welcome. Yeah, Gandalf is kind of describes a blue head at the beginning of The Hobbit. There's a pink wizard in the show. It would be interesting. I mean, they could maybe make a wizard up for the show. But yeah, now the stranger appears again, and he has activated his wind power again. It seems like the sleeping powder didn't knock him out long enough. And now these persons here are kind of in trouble, but they definitely are able to defend themselves. So that is interesting. Like, it's really powerful what they are doing, and that's why also like Spielkalb in chat already wrote it's too hard, too much hard magic stuff here. But I mean, he's a wizard, as we learn, so some magic power stuff going on. I can kind of live with that, to be honest. The hobbits go back into hiding. I like how they have their little ghillie suits and try to hide this way. It's kind of fascinating. Yeah, it seems, I agree, he seemed like more balanced when he started to remember stuff and so on. Polka-dotted wizards. So yeah, and then he does like a little, I don't know, twirl thing. And he's forming like, I don't know, a Hadoken or something like that. Considering that he uses wind, he's more a Rashid player, I guess. But yeah, he's making like a wind fireball, a wind ball something. Pretty interesting. And yeah, then he creates basically a shockwave, and this shockwave really pushes these people away. But the Dweller seems to be powerful enough to basically counter it in some way and stay on her feet, which is kind of interesting. Like effect-wise, I feel like it looks kind of cool, I have to admit. I mean, in a way, that she has a staff maybe helps her doing that. It seems like this staff thing is really something that has some kind of power, if that makes sense. Well, it definitely helps. Like it was always, I read in comments a lot that that the, what do you call it? That maybe the staff is for focusing, but in theory, the wizards, in my opinion, still don't really need a staff to do stuff, but I guess it probably helps them in a way. Yeah, and then the Dweller and the Dweller and the Stranger yeah, have to fight it out in a way. So kind of interesting. I'm not sure, so I have to maybe look a bit for a moment into the original show there. We have subtitles. My subtitles activated. Because at some point, I think the what she called the nomad, played by Edith Poor. She says something. I think it's her that is saying, "Oh no, it's not Sauron, it's the Istar." Yeah, the ascetic says, "Master, calm yourself." Very cute. Currently, I have to just watch it in normal speed, so I know when the like I said, I've only seen this episode one time completely and did a bit of editing on it, but still not too familiar with where every sentence is said in the show. But yeah, here we see again, and I don't mind that, to be honest. But so far it was not said yet. But it seems like she can definitely like send the person flying, and it seems they are kind of, I don't know, the stuff kind of helps her doing that, and it's kind of reminiscent of the Peter Jackson wizard fight, I have to admit. Like there the staff also had this force going out from it and so on and so forth, and was very important, and I feel like that's again like a reference. Fadin Meteor for Harry. Okay, I like that one, I have to admit. Yeah, that was the Feminem turn to Saruman moment. Like I kind of found this interesting. It also seems like a Feminem is struggling doing this as well. Like it's a very powerful entity in a way. Like she really has to force herself to do this. Like her face expression says it's kind of intense. So interesting. But she seems to it seems like the stranger moves himself back. It's very interesting to see like what they came up here. In the Peter Jackson films, I mean, it's not in the books, this fight between Saruman and Gandalf there, but for me it always was kind of cool and it worked. It had this physicality to it that was pretty cool in my opinion. Yeah, and then she just pushes him back and he flies the first time against a wall. Like, it's kind of interesting to look at this. In the meantime, the hobbits are fleeing. And Poppy almost gets hit by this throwing object. Number one. And then a second one is flying. And I kind of find this interesting and basically locks her onto the tree. But it seems like the ammunition of the ascetic is now depleted because she could have thrown maybe a third one or so, but it seems like she has none anymore. Joe said, just watched the episode a moment ago. I think it was great. Glad you enjoyed the episode. I'm very torn about this episode, to be honest. Like, it had really good moments I liked a lot, and some some parts I'm not necessarily, I'm a bit disappointed in, I have to admit. No, she has another ammunition. Like, she grabs behind her back and there's another one. I don't know where she stores her throwing things, but it's kind of interesting to see. Maybe I should leave the screen on a moment. I have to do the manual searching and then I can't leave the screen on. But you see, and is behind her back, and here you see she pulls out the thing. Here you see the end of it. So she definitely has more ammunition than that. She should have said, I'm a Melania Blade of Mikala, though. She definitely missed that line. Oh, here we can also see it that she throws it. or wants to throw it at least. And then we have a very interesting scene. I noticed this on the first watch as well. I mentioned it in the review as well. And yeah, she now noticed that she got ambushed herself. And Sadok, who is, I think, still wounded, got her knife and said, okay, you hurt me, now it's my time to hurt you back. And he takes this thing and stabs her foot. Kind of nasty. And what is interesting in this particular scene, if you increase the brightness of it, you definitely see, I only increase the brightness, the exposure time here in my program, and you definitely see, it's probably hard to see, but it becomes red-ish. It's definitely red. I'm not sure if I can work this out a bit without changing the colors much, but yeah, it's red. Interesting. It's not black blood, which one might have expected for the, let's call it, bigger reveal that is going to happen. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, it's also strange that a star constellation is only seen at a specific point, but I guess the world is in theory flat, and Varda can place stars at the sky and so on and so forth. So there might be some weird star mechanics going on in Middle Earth. So I can kind of live with that idea. But yeah, it's definitely interesting that this is the case. Or maybe talk about the stranger stuff in a moment. And yeah, she kind of screams, which is interesting because she does this is the first, not the first, but one of the hints in a way that she is also not a human being, because she has this weird scream. In a way, it's reminiscent of a certain Witch King, if you think about it, who also gets stabbed into the heel. I guess it's her foot, but it's close enough. So I would see it as a kind of a reference for the Witch King. And it's her own blade, so maybe it can damage her. I'm not sure, like I said, what the nature of those three actually is. Yeah, and they just try to control the stranger, and it really shows that he's a powerful being, that they can kind of deal with him, but still, he's definitely also a threat for the Nas girls. Do they have rings on? No. I looked for rings, I did not see rings in any kind of scene. In theory, though, in case you think about the Nazgul, though, the actual Nazgul, they don't have to wear the rings to be Nazgul, it seems. There are several hints in Lord of the Rings that indicate that Sauron, basically, to increase his own power in the Third Age, collected the rings of his Nazgul to use to basically use those rings to amplify his power, and the Nazgul had not the rings anymore, I assume. Yeah, or it was to the knee, right? I'm not sure if it's heel or knee. Probably have to look it up. But it's also in the books. Because it was a barrow blade in the books, and this, of course, can hurt the Nazgul, especially because it was designed to fight them in a way, or to it was probably forged in the wars against Angmar. So very powerful. But yeah, but do you think Sauron has already made the Nazgul? No, I don't think so. I think the rings were just created, and he needs, I assume they at least somewhat use the existing timeline. Of course, they modify it a lot, and the chronology is a mess, but I would say that at least logically, there need to be rings of power to be Nazgul. So I don't. So in my opinion, they can't be Nazgul. They maybe some kind of prototype or so. Really hard to tell. And for whatever reason, the Nazgul kicks him against the wall. Ursgul, kind of. Yeah, that is true. I think in the Peter Jackson film they maybe had their rings, but in the books there is an indication that he might have collected it 7 and then 9. I'm not sure. Yeah, you saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9, and did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked. But I forgot where the other. Maybe somebody knows some better stuff in chat, but there are some indications in the books that it seems Sauron in the late Third Age has the rings of power used for himself to maybe increase his own power in a way. Yeah, it is a possibility. I also speculated about that Sauron might have made the Rings of Power off screen. And the unfortunate part is I would totally what do you call it in English? Zutrauen. Yeah, things he show would actually do this. He would pull this, like having such an iconic moment, forging of the rings of all the rings of power, of the great rings of power, and just make it off screen or so. I would definitely see that. Just checking the scene. Make him see, she says to him. And yeah, in this particular scene, I just want to know what they were saying. Oh, that's the wrong window. And yeah, in the moment she wants to, I don't know, do some kind of magic. We see a little rock flying and hitting her head. And it must have really hurt. And I think, if I remember correctly, the show has like a little info box and says basically the halflings have sharp eyes and a steady hand. I have to translate it because here my Amazon thing is in German. When they grab a stone to throw, then even the animals know that they have to hide, something like that. And we discussed that in theory it is possible to have female Nazgul, but however, yeah, the Harfoots help, and now the Dweller has to work of it, and it's kind of interesting that it's Poppy that hits her so hard with a stone on her head that he drops his staff. Here drops, bonk. And yeah, that is basically the key for how this is solved. And then Nori comes and grabs it. I think I didn't even get that that Nori stole it at the first time. I'm not sure, but it's kind of interesting to see. So Nori is there and sneaks next to her and is just away. You also definitely see that the hobbits are really capable at sneaking away. It seems like the Dweller didn't even notice that the staff was just stolen from her. So very interesting to see. But yeah, hobbits are really good at hiding. It's not a supernatural ability, but they're just really good at it. And then the Dweller basically puts her hand into the fire and absorbs it. And now she is capable of casting fire spells, basically. You could definitely argue it's maybe a bit much, but still, in my opinion, done competently, I have to admit. Come on, bots. It's late. Oh, I should not do it like this. And yeah, now she decides to use the fire to get rid of the hobbits. Marigold looks not happy about what she sees. Think, what is going on with her? Don't shoot fire at me. I would agree with her, though. I would also not like that people shoot fire at me. And then things start to kind of burn. And yeah, we even see like a from above shot and see that the wood start burning as well. Kind of interesting. And yeah, the stranger is still a bit knocked out, but he has to come back to his senses. Maybe the hard hit helped him remembering stuff again. I'm not sure, but it's really interesting. And then they have Nori talking to the stranger. I kind of find this always fascinating. Like in these close-up shots, I don't know if it's the actress or so, but she really looks small. You know what I mean? And really almost childlike in a way. I'm very curious how they did this. Like, I feel like it's a very convincing illusion that she's currently very small in this shot, even though she probably isn't. But you know what I mean? But yeah, it was in a way. 43. Small head, big eyes. Yeah, something like that. I don't know exactly. It's always kind of noticeable that she looks kind of very young. No, it's an Australian actress. What was the name? McKellar Kavanagh, something like this. Well, I could just look it up. Okay, she's born 1994. She's 28, yeah. So kind of interesting. However, now we come to finally to the interesting scene here. So Nori brings the staff to the stranger. Also, like a pretty interesting scene again, that he sees like somebody with a staff running at him, but it's out of focus, so you can't really see who it is. Of course, you can kind of think who it is. But yeah. In the meantime, the Dweller has kind of pushed their friends, Nori's friends, into a corner and wants to burn them. And they already, of course, classic film trope. They already started to stop. I always think, okay, that was it. We're gonna die here. Yeah, I think it can't be a Nazgul because the rings were not forged yet. But I will still call them the Nazgûl, so which I kind of find funny. And then when she wants to basically do her fire magic spell, yeah, it's a kind of funny scene in a way. It just starts to get out, and she cooks. What's going on there? It's kind of funny, I think. And yeah, stuff is of course burning in the distance, and yeah, we have the wind again, and suddenly also like the fire. Everywhere the fire goes out. And yeah, here we have like our first potentially, okay, wizard stuff. He really looks like a wizard. Mossballing has a new meaning from now, exactly. Poppy with the killer arm of Randy Johnson's probably a baseball or something reference, but which I don't get because I have no clue of baseball or whatever. But yeah, it was an impressive throw. So yeah, and a moment later, you see the fire is diminished. It's a photographer now. Oh, okay. Maybe I have to look him up. In case people wonder why I always switch to this episode 8 analysis picture, it's because I won't need... No, it's kind of difficult to search for frames. So yeah, it's a baseball pitcher. Good to know. He probably, if he throws a ball in my face, I probably would die. That's how I imagine how hard those people can throw those balls. But he's the one who made the bird explode, because I know the video where the bird explodes. He threw a pitch at like 100 miles an hour and hit a bird. Yeah, rip bird. Mr. Bird, rest in peace. Yeah, we come to this in a moment. So they know they are in trouble now because they don't have the staff, and only with the staff they were kind of able to deal with the wizard. And that's interesting to see. Still, it's kind of impressive how powerful those three cultists are in a way. And now he's speaking, I think, for the first time. Which is not for the first time, but yeah, you know what I mean. Like, he seems to kind of get what's going now. Also, the stranger, no, it's not the first time. A stranger before said to Nori, I will hurt you again. And it's also a deep discussion with Nori, who he is, and he might be Sauron and so on. It's interesting that he knows what that means, interestingly. Like, if you have never heard of Sauron, he probably think, yeah, whatever. But, yeah, they showed him what he is, whatever that means, and he potentially believes this. And Nori just, yeah, only you can show what you are, and so on. It's, I really like this little passage here and the little bit of self-finding. And they really played hard on the, is a stranger Sauron, or is he maybe not Sauron? Very interesting. Of course, from the perspective... Let me just see if here the dialogue appears now, because I'm just, in case people wonder, what is he doing? I'm watching in the background the episode and listening to the dialogue while I try to talk and pretend that I'm doing stream stuff, you know? And then he says something interesting. Does somebody in chat know if this is a book quote or something from Shadow You Came and so on? That he says to them. But this sounds very wizard-like already. I also have to admit, I kind of got used to the stranger theme. I kind of like it. To Shadow I bid you return, he says. Well, I would say the complete episodes were about that Nori has this feeling inside her that he is good. Like, in a way, we also, like, my prediction also went into the direction that he can't be Sauron, because we discussed it earlier in the stream. He's clumsy. If somebody is, like, these Naz girls here are not clumsy, for example, but they are evil. And, like, clumsiness is kind of an unusual trait for a villain in a way. I mean, just from this mythology story perspective, if that makes sense. So that is maybe for sure one thing. And he has to decide what he is. She basically says to him that it's his to decide. And he tried to help them, and I was kind of the same. I was also convinced that he had this compassion. Like, when something happened to them, he was kind of worried that he hurt somebody, or he looked always like he felt sorry for what happened. And if he would be truly evil, he would not be sorry. Like, there's a certain amount of compassion for others in him that makes him, I feel, not evil. As a result, I think Nori senses this, knows this, notices this, whatever. But I would definitely say it was at least built up throughout the episode. So you can, I feel like, from my perspective, it made sense. Like, I found it believable. I think they kind of played a bit with cause and effect. I think I said this in an earlier stream when the first few episodes came out, when we also discussed who the stranger might be, if he's Sauron or not. And for a long time I thought he really might be Sauron, because he also has this something evil going from, but over the episodes it vanished more and more, and it became like, okay, he's not evil, he's just clumsy, he can't control his powers, you know what I mean? But sometimes he had also this weird face expression that felt, okay, maybe he is evil. So he definitely fooled me there for a time as well. And that I found very interesting, just from the approach. So you could argue also a bit too much mystery box here and there, but because this plotline is very confined and has almost nothing to do with the other plotline so far, it seems though that it was kind of fitting for that. I know there are some people who really hate the Harford plotlines and so on. For me, I kind of liked it. It has weaknesses for sure, but overall I found it was a decent one. For a long time I thought it was Frank Sinatra. Even for the Fireflies. That's like, that is the playing basically with it, that was also one of the shots where I thought, okay, he might be Sauron, he might be evil, he definitely is capable of hurting others as well. Why does Sadok have a map for Sauron? Good question. I assume the hobbits were once in the east or so. But as said, I said in the early episodes, he had these evil moments, or these moments that felt evil, but could be, I don't know. It's often difficult to tell. And it seems like he was already sorry. Like, he even mentions killing the Fireflies, and Nori basically says, no, that was an accident or something like that. It's kind of interesting that she tries to find an excuse for that. I think it's in this particular scene that they and then who's saying what though? The ascetic says he is not Sauron. And then the nomad says he is the other, the Istar. He is... and then the sentence is not fulfilled, which is kind of interesting. And this scene I found a bit strange, because how do these three know about the term Istar? Because like the Istari was like a relatively secret thing that happened, and it was like the powers, the Valar, wanted to send to Middle Earth like powers to help the free peoples to form a rebellion against Sauron and counter basically the efforts of him. But this time not by force, but by like by Maya in disguise, who basically helped the people out and so on. And that is very interesting approach by Tolkien that he chose there. And it's kind of strange though that these dwellers know about the Istar, because we're in the early Second Age, and only like the Blue Wizards could have appeared. So if they know already about the Istar and their existence, it really seems like it really seems like if they know about it, that either they had already contact or it's like a mistake. I don't think it's a mistake, so there might be a second wizard. And if it says one, maybe he really is a blue wizard. But it's really difficult to tell. Still, for fan service sake, it could be Gandalf. Maybe the other Istar is Saruman. Just imagine that, because we know Saruman was also in the east. However, technically, the Saruman and Gandalf and Radagast appeared in the Third Age. Only the two blue wizards came to Middle-earth in the Second Age. So I find this very strange. And service for which fans? Fans of the Peter Jackson films. Stop, Mr. YouTube. Stop that. Yeah. However, he then puts up his stuff into the air, and then that's too much. And then it becomes kind of apparent, because this seems like a classic Gandalf move. And then I was kind of surprised what might happen there. The question is, are they transformed into Wraiths? Are they? I assume they are, or they are already Wraiths or something like that. But yeah, it's very difficult to tell. Like, my theory is, and I mentioned that in the review, they are kind of like proto-Barrow-wights. Maybe they are some whites. But the reason why that is, I feel like a classic race, how I would imagine, is usually invisible. And they are not invisible. Like, they have kind of a physical form. I think that is different for the Barrow-wights. So, like, the profile is not 100% fitting. They have like a physical form, which they maybe take to wander the world or so, or take like a disguise. I'm not 100% sure if their physical form is dissolved and this is what is left of them, or if they are having a disguise and basically the disguise is destroyed, if that makes sense. And they said he's not Sauron, he is the other one. But it could also be just a very sloppy formulation. Also, how do we know that they have complete information? I mean, the evil forces could have guessed that the Valar might send somebody to counter Sauron at some point. I think that is not a hard guess, in my opinion, but still possible. That what I still find strange is that they know that they are called Istari, and the only reason they could know is that they are basically they have met one already or something like that. Else, how would they know? Or it's a mistake in the writing, which is definitely a possibility as well. It's kind of strange, though. What about the 6 Istari? As said, it's they're most likely only 5. There is no 6 Istari. There are also a possibility like leftovers of that. I mean, we have to consider that Sauron is also the necromancer, so there could also be like some form of his necromancy that we see here. But yeah, just reading chat here for a moment. It's kind of interesting to see. Like, I'm not the hugest fan of Gandalf, to be honest. But yeah, and then we also have the thumbnail. It's a relatively short moment. It's not that short, I think. It's the second one. Like, there's a light transition to them. What is interesting is that the dweller gets like a crown. Like the aesthetic looks pretty much the same, kind of. Like, also has a helmet, but the dweller, you see this? Like this, the crown is growing out. Kind of interesting to see. The aesthetic also, the nomad also doesn't change too much. The biggest change is definitely in the middle, which I find interesting. Now the question is what they are now. Like I said, there is the only reference I could spontaneously think of, and I think it's not a good one, to be honest, but the best I could come up with. I also mentioned it in the review. Let me just see. Of course, it doesn't work. I have to find in this chapter. Well, when Frodo and Sam are basically captured by the Barrow-wights, and they are basically destroyed or banished by the Song of Tom Bombadil. Let me just see if I find the artwork for that. Probably not. No, I found it. Awesome. It is by Ted Naismith, and now I removed it again because I'm an idiot. Awesome. Should be right. And here we have the scene from Lord of the Rings where they are in the catacombs, and there are the Barrow-wights, and I think Hand is coming, grabbing them. Frodo tries to defend his friends, and so on and so forth. But yeah, at the end, only Tom Bombadil can basically help. And in this song here, there is like the lines, get out, you old wight, vanish in the sunlight, shrivel like the cold mist, like the winds go wailing. Out into the barren lands, far beyond the mountains, come never here again, leave your barrow empty, lost and forgotten be, darker than the darkness, where gates stand forever shut, till the world is mended. And was of course terribly read by my side, don't get me wrong, but shrivel like cold mist. And I mean, it's not the same, to be honest, but in my opinion, when they kind of dissolve here in this scene here in a moment, let me see. We have this weird moss. So I assume before they get destroyed, before they get completely destroyed, maybe this moss here escapes or something like that. That would be my interpretation. Kind of strange, but it's an interesting effect, to be honest. I mean, if we look at it closely, we see that the other parts also could be small moss or so flying apart. But yeah, if you keep this line that I just read in mind, you could, and you see it from a bit of a distance, like, I mean, it definitely looks different, but you can get like an ice feeling of that, like shrivel. What was the exact phrasing there? Shrivel like cold mist, right? Of course, I opened the wrong document. Yeah, shrivel like cold mist. I don't know. You could maybe make a mist argument here as well, like cold mist and so on. I'm not sure. It's the best interpretation I currently could come up with. And I don't know. It's a fascinating little detail. Also, what is also noticeable, I mean, it could be just like a weird design, to be honest. Like the nomad has like, I don't know. Like the mouse of the others is kind of, especially of the aesthetic, is kind of normal. Hers is really weird. You could maybe think of like, I don't know, I thought for a moment the mouse of Sauron or something like that. Kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't know what the exact cause of this is, but it's very reminiscent, of course, of the seeing the ring race in the Peter Jackson films, from when Frodo uses the One Ring. I managed to find the scene. I could also maybe find this. Here we have the Peter Jackson variant on that. Kind of interesting to see as a direct comparison, I guess. Of course, it's a lot more detailed 20 years later, don't get me wrong. It looks like a pretty cool scene in my opinion. Totally not just a bit, yeah, it's very similar. The style and so on. So the idea would be race, and the difference, like, to a race though, is that the race were invisible under their capes. Like the cape was what gave them a shape. And you could argue maybe these have like some knowledge or ability to shape shift in some form. But my idea was, that is why I think this might be a different here. We had the shot where one of them was bleeding. That I found already very strange. Could be just like a fact that was added or so. I'm not sure if how much lore consistency is in the deeper production. Maybe somebody just made like a little effect for that. I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see, but usually would expect that everything is kind of thought through. It could also be like that they lost their physical form, basically, and now they become Wraiths after that because they served, they're so deep into serving Sauron and so on. It's kind of interesting. Are there any good ideas in chat for that? Yeah, I would also not bet on like Amazon keeping to things that make sense, if that may. Like, they could go for whatever way they want, basically. I guess there are definitely limits for them, but I would argue, like, I don't know. I still hope, and it's still not off the table, that he's one of the Blue Wizards. That would be awesome, in my opinion, to, like, it would make sense if he's the Blue Wizard and then he goes to the east and finds another Blue Wizard who maybe did not also came by meteor, I don't know. Like in the world of Tolkien, I'm not sure though if there's a difference between a Wraith and a Phantom. Maybe they are the same. I'm not sure. We could make a poll for that. What are the Nazgûls? Question mark. I only have 4 options. So first, basically, I use the Latin word human because it's always strange to use the word men for females, but yeah, I guess you know what I mean. Human losing their, I think I don't have enough spells, physical form. Maybe I use the, I mean, people know when I write men, right? Okay, we go with humans. We use the Latin form. Sacrilegious, but whatever. Nazgûls, what else? They are race. Of course, I should. They're I don't know. Phantoms. I'm not sure if this needs an additional option, or they are whites. Let's call them proto-barrow whites. Okay, let's start the poll here. It might be interesting to see what people think. That are the best 3 ideas I could come up with here. Witches. I only have 4 options, and just keep this in mind. After season 5, Odin can return to the Conceal West again, then he returns in the other. I feel like the vampire attribute is that they can fly. So far they did not they could levitate other things, but they could not fly. So I don't think they are things. I'm not sure if YouTube has a good command for it. There's a /r command or so. I don't think so. I think to answer to a mention, you have to either write it directly in chat or also write @ and then the name of the person you also want to mention. I think there's no shortcut for it, which is unfortunate. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, one has a crown and looks very different. Obviously, maybe they also are different in a way. Also, I can show you the picture again for a moment. Maybe it's too spooky, so spooky alarm. Yeah, that the Misrael story is true, that I found also really strange. Nobody voted for Phantoms, so in case people wonder about the Phantoms, let me just see if I find the quote for it. Maybe I should have explained this, but now it's too late anyway, right? So yeah, there's a forest. The trees that grew there after the burning were black and grim, and their roots were tangled, groping in the dark like claws. And those who strayed among them became lost and blind, and were strangled or pursued to madness by phantoms of terror. That's basically what I'm referencing here. Sauron was become now a sorcerer of dreadful power, master of shadows and of phantoms, foul in wisdom, cruel in strength, misshaping what he touched, twisting what he ruled, lord of werewolves. His dominion was torment. Also from the Silmarillion, pretty awesome description here. Let me just see. There's another thing of the ring race. Men proved to be easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in the world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men. But too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron. But I would still argue the phantoms usually seem to be less physical, if that makes sense, but yeah. It's definitely kind of interesting to see this. So I would say we have 28 votes, even though there are a lot of people here. If somebody has like a good call, it's kind of difficult. And so far the poll looks kind of interesting. It's also running for 5 minutes. We end the poll here. And yeah, the race has won. So most people think they are just race, which I think is also a very plausible idea. 50% said race. Humans losing their physical form, that was what I've tried to write here. So they were human before, and then maybe I should have explained this as well, and they lost like their form in this encounter here, but I think that's the most unlikely one. But maybe you also mean like D4, but in this case, yeah. Probably a bit open what I mean. Proto-Barrow-White, that's potentially my favorite series, to be honest. Like some early versions, basically, of those evil spirits. Because I feel like the Barrow-Whites, I'm not sure. It's not. I don't have really a good reason to think that, but they have a bit more. They feel a bit more physical, if that makes sense. Even though they are also kind of ghosts in a way. And then we have the Phantoms. Are the Blue Wizards mentioned in the appendices of the Lord of the Rings? No, they are. They're not mentioned in the Lord of the Rings appendices. There are only 3 sources, maybe 4 sources for Blue Wizards currently. That is Peoples of Middle-earth. There's a text called Last Writings, a section called Last Writings, and there's a text called The 5 Wizards in it. And this text, there is a mention of the Blue Wizards, and that is the latest version from the 70s. Then there's a mention in the Unfinished Tales, and there's a text published from the 50s. I think it's 54 or 56 or 58, something like that, I can't remember. But it doesn't matter too much because yeah, there the Blue Wizards fail and go to the east basically, and it's kind of interesting. There's a mention of them in this text. They are also called I think Palando and Alatar, while in the 70s text in Peoples of Middle-earth they are called Romestamo, East Helper, and Morinechtar, which translates to Darkness Slayer. Kind of interesting. And then there's a letter. I forgot which letter it was. Maybe I can find out. Letters. I remember. There it is. It is letter. It's letter 211 from 1958. that's also mentioned that they go south. And then there's also the nature of Middle-earth. There are like two wizards, like Hymenar and Palicaldo, something like that they are called. It's not clear if those are the blue wizards or not, but since the other guardians in this text are the Istari plus Melian, who are guiding the elves during the great journey from Middle-earth to the West Continent, one could suspect that they might be the blue wizards or not. I think there's also like a reference towards the blue wizards in one particular text, which some people, in my opinion, overinterpret quite a bit, but yeah, whatever. There's also reference in Nature of Middle-earth, a very, very, very small, two very small ones though. Who was the Green Army Aragorn summoned? That was the so-called Oathbreakers, and as the name suggests, they broke an oath that they swore to Isildur, of course, one ancestor of Aragorn. And basically, they were hillmen living in the White Mountains. The White Mountains are these mountains here somewhere, close to the Stone of Erech. Wait, you can't see it, right? Close to the Stone of Erech, which is, where is it? Kind of here, I think. In this corner. And yeah, they swore that when Isildur would call them, they would come and help him and fight against Sauron. And they declined and did not fulfill their oath. And then Isildur cursed them, and basically, that's my interpretation, God himself accepted this curse because he also accepted this oath. And there's like, and breaking an oath in Tolkien's world can have very severe consequences, like in this case. And as a result, they became the Blue Wizards is a great name for a band. Yeah, I agree. What they wanted to say. Yeah, as a result, they went into this form. The hillmen in this region, in these White Mountains down there, also had like the tendency of worshipping Sauron or Morgoth even. In one version, it is mentioned that there's even a temple for Morgoth there, which is very interesting. It's in Vinyar Tengwar, I think issue 42 or something. So yeah, this is a very specific case though, the Oathbreakers from the Lord of the Rings. I mean, they could have also broken an oath, which brought them into this particular form here. But yeah, I don't think they are related. Like I said, it's a very specific case. But yeah, also 3% voted for Phantoms. That's also interesting. I'm not sure if I read this. But yeah, let us maybe move on. Like I said, my favorite theory is the Barrow-wights, Proto-Barrow-wights theory. But I would say the most likely one is that they are just some race. They're not ring race, but normal race. Or maybe they, I don't know, had a physical form, and maybe because they were servants of Sauron, their body got blasted, and this is what is left now from them. Very hard to tell. And what's interesting, like these moths are now flying away, basically. I'm not sure if there's like a better reference for that. I could not come up with any. Can we move on? Yeah, for sure. And then also interesting detail is that the stuff of them is also dissolving, like it's also vanishing, which is kind of interesting. Here we don't have moss though, but more this, I don't know. It's a pretty cool effect, I have to admit. And yeah, then we have, interestingly, Nori and the stranger is still there. The fire is put out. So it would be also a pretty good firefighter, it seems. And yeah, it seems now the stranger remembers stuff and all reconcile. And then, yeah, we have the Sadok death scene. Some said that they didn't, like, I don't know, it didn't work for, the scene didn't work for them. Maybe I didn't see your comment on the Barrites. Yeah, I agree though that they seem to have like a mission and be important. Scrolling up and trying to find your comment. There are a lot of comments. Like, sometimes it's really hard to see everything. Oh, you wrote it in the comments section. Wait, did you see my comment? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. Ah, there. Did you? No, that is not it. I haven't seen it. Heal him. That's different. No, I don't know what you mean. Speak up. You probably have to repost it or so. If it's important. Else, I would just like to move on because I'm slowly getting really tired. And yeah, it seems like Sadok is done for. Oh, I should not play this for. I'm searching for the next frame here like this. And yeah, I don't know. He also says the missus is waiting, and I found this I found of kind of touching because we know from, I also mentioned it in the review, that he in episode 3, where they have this half-foot memorial ceremony, celebration, whatever you call it, they like he talks about he reads all these names, and he also says Daffodil Burrows, and his name is also Burrows, and he says wolf, and he looks very sad in this moment. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, definitely. Maybe they cursed themselves or so. It's hard to tell. Yeah, sleep well. In Capaton. It's really late here. And considering that I got up at 6. it was a long day for me as well. But yeah, as a result, I felt like this scene is working, and I would kind of miss Sadok, to be honest. Like I liked his character, but I called that he might die in this episode, and I was right. And then yeah, they sit together and wait for the sun to rise. So Sadok has not to die alone. That's pretty nice of them. Like, it's kind of breaking the classic Hobbit tradition that people are left behind to die, but they won't leave behind Sadok to die. That's kind of a cool moment, I think. Encaptaton, please. Okay, sorry, Encaptaton. Could argue it's kind of cliche, but in the context of the show, it kind of made sense. But I mean, probably that he dies, right? Yeah, that's also pretty cliche, I guess. But it's usually like an interesting, but it's very common trope that is used like in a lot of shows and films and so on. If there's one character and he can die at some point, and he's kind of important, but not important enough to not let him die. Now I can sleep well. Awesome. Sleep well. But yeah, and that's basically, I wouldn't say it leaves our section here. But yeah, it also feels like somewhat like a Hobbit moment, like with the sunrise behind the rocks and so on. Kind of interesting to see. Yeah, I'm not sure if you even see that, what I'm talking about. Here we see the stranger as well. So that is like another Gandalf moment, so could definitely be him. Then we jump to the ship, and here we have like I mean, I should maybe finish it, but it's a very short scene. Kind of, we see Valandil, and yeah, he's definitely missing Isildur, his friend, and his other friend, Ontamo. Like, he lost both of his friends. Like, they went, three of them went to Middle Earth, and everything seems to work out for them. And then from one moment to another, everything changed. That's kind of interesting. In a way, it's surprising because people have probably suspected that Ontamo and Valandil will die, but now Isildur is gone. But as we probably suspect that Isildur might have survived in some shape or form, we don't know. I still think Poppy will follow them and almost drown into a river before Nori saves her. Yeah, possible. And then on the boat, we have the dialogue between Miriel and Elendil, which I found a really interesting dialogue. And I kind of like that Miriel has like this not a realization, but kind of has learned from her father, and she basically tells Elendil that if you follow the faithful path, you have to pay the price, and that's pretty much true in this case. So it makes sense, and in a way, yeah, she also had to pay a price for it, which was kind of how we talked about how her father predicted or foretold, I should say, that in Middle Earth only darkness awaits. And of course, in a way, like we have loss, which is considered a dark thing. You have what happened in Mordor itself, like the darkening of the sun due to the ashes and the explosion of, or the eruption of Orodruin or Mount Doom. We have like, yeah, all of that, but in addition, she also lost her eyesight, so that is like an additional thing that kind of relates to darkness, which I found pretty cool. Was definitely one of the stronger dialogues I felt in the show. I really liked that one. Definitely also one of the highlights for me, having this discussion here. Oh, you have to go, Asteroid TV. So yeah, just the rest of the day. Thank you for staying so long. Yeah, definitely. Poppy is probably doing the Gandalf quest. We come to that in a moment. Oh, I didn't notice the black flags. That's interesting. But yeah, when you notice, all the stuff makes a lot more sense. I don't think that it's necessarily bad writing, but we have to watch the scene again. I'm not checking the scene again. Just absent of sense. I wouldn't go that far. But it has definitely problems. No, I don't agree with your Spielkart there. That is simply. I think there's in the acting there's a bit of nuance there that kind of makes it not that he is patronizing her again. But whatever. Difficult topic. Still, yeah, I kind of like what they still said in this particular dialogue about the complete story stuff. Kind of interesting, yeah. And then, as said, they come into the harbor and say, "Oh." We also see like the green bow of return here, which is like Luminorian tradition. Pretty cool that they added this to the show. You see one of those belts. And yeah, all of a sudden, we see like a lot of more military, like we see a few more ships. They definitely have rebuilt ships in the meantime, which is kind of impressive, to be honest. And then we see all these black banners everywhere in the harbor and here on these cliffs and so on. And yeah, I guess they know what this means. I don't know if it's trashier. Like, you could argue the writing is worse. Like here's another shot here where we see a few more ships. This almost looks like it's built or so, but I guess I could be wrong here. Kind of interesting. Like for me, the biggest problem of the show is definitely the writing. Like it's not the visual, it's not the actors, not the music. It's just simply the writing, and potentially not a very good Tolkien adaptation that's on it. But the worst part is that they really struggle with telling a story. Yeah, then we see a Palantir, Tar Palantir, or Ar Inziladun die. It seems there was another scene here in this context, and we see Farazon standing there, and here for the first time they talked a bit about the mortality of men and what this means and so on. Kind of interesting. Wish they would have done this earlier. Then I feel like the Numenorians are a bit easier to understand. We also had the scene with Earien, who draws him and so on. It's still not clear if he knows that it's Earien or if it's like if he foretells another future there, or if he really like he says something like I watched too long, I don't know what future, what past, and what present is basically. And I don't know, maybe he really thought he talks to young Medial there, which was an interesting scene. Well, I don't know. I think I never said something much different in the show. Like it simply has like the storytelling makes very little sense now that we have all the episodes, and the last one couldn't pretty much save it. Like I always said that the cinematography is really good. Like remember how we started the stream where I talked like half an hour about the cinematography of the first two scenes? It's fantastic in this show. I also can't understand like some people say that the actors can't act or so, but that is in my opinion. I don't get this statement, to be honest. I can maybe see if people say, yeah, it could be better or so. Maybe. I'm not too much on expert, but it doesn't look to me that some actors are definitely better than others, but it doesn't look to me that there are any complete disasters acting wise in this show. Like for me, it kind of works. There are definitely some scenes that are not as good CGI-wise, but still keep in mind this is still a TV show for a streaming service. Like the costumes are cheap, I can't agree with. Like, I don't know what people have consistently with the costumes. I get definitely that some don't look that great, but I feel like a lot of the there are definitely costumes that look absolutely fantastic in the show. Probably not all the time, not from every angle and so on, but I don't know. For me, it's still pretty decent. Yet interestingly, the Numenorian helmets. That is only in episode 5. Let me just see if I find this really quick. It's at the very end of episode 5. It should be findable in theory. Like in this particular scene, it really looks like the helmets are a bit too big or so from episode 5. And then if you go to episode 6, it seems like the helmets are suddenly fitting much, much better. Well, now I don't accidentally hit the right frame here. Like in this scene, the helmet fits much, much better. So maybe there were some production reasons for that or so. I think helm is an antiquated word that was also used because helmet obviously is probably related to that. Yeah, but as you say, these are movies. This is a show. Total of 50 hours or something when they should pull everything off. That's still like different for that quality. It's not bad. And to be fair, like it's not like that Peter Jackson's armor stuff and so hasn't been criticized. Like there were also some critics, like it's definitely there. If I look at this armor, I have to say that's pretty solid for a TV production. You could maybe make it better, but I don't know. For sure, it's a very expensive show, but you have to still produce 50 hours of content 50 hours worth of content. I think with this, I'm not sure if they will increase the budget or so, but I think the first episode was just half a billion. And you definitely see that this is a very expensive show. Like, also, like, I find the criticism like so strange because it's literally the same company who makes the armor here that made the Peter Jackson stuff. Maybe they got worse over time. I don't know. But yeah. Now we are in episode, what is it, 6 here. Let's return to episode 8. Let me see. And it's also not bringing us anywhere. We have this discussion basically every stream, so it's just I know, yeah, it's I know that some costumes are criticized, some costumes are not criticized. Like you can't tell me that the orc costumes look cheap. Like if you tell me that, then I have to tell you I have no clue what you're talking about. Like it's kind of strange. So let me just think about for a moment where we continue. There's this scene where the Harfoots leave, right? Yeah, here at the end. So we have this huge goodbye scene with Snorri, and she gets like a backpack and additional supplies from her parents, which is kind of fascinating. Worst costumes, Celebrimbor. That's definitely an interesting choice I have to give. Though in episode 6, I didn't find like his. I know somebody made a joke that his for smithing his thing is insufficient, but would have found very funny. I felt though in episode 8 the Celebrimbor stuff when he had the smithing stuff on was kind of working well. Norris Gollum. That would be really sad. The T-shirt armor. But yeah, same with the CGI. Like I felt the walk CGI was not bad. It was just the design that was strange, in my opinion. That the appearance of the walk looked very strange. Like that was slightly off, in my opinion. The actual the actual interaction with the actors was, in my opinion, not like done competently for serious CGI stuff. Serious, how it's pronounced. It was not done too bad, to be honest. Like you can argue that the how the people died was stupid. Okay, I can get this, but the interaction of the walk in this trench or whatever you want to call it, that I felt like was okay. Was not bad. I think at the end it is a budget thing, right? It depends on how much you can afford to spend on this stuff and so on. It might have also other reasons. As said, this was produced during the high life time of the Corona of the COVID pandemic, so there might be some excuses here and there. Like I can't believe that. I don't think they make bad armor on purpose, or they don't know how to make it better. Probably some reasons for it. It even looked like that some of the shots improved. I feel compared to the trailer stuff, which always like the trailer stuff definitely looked in parts a little bit worse than some of the other stuff. 6. Which episode was that? funny watching this backwards. I mean, do you mean the weird wolves in the forest, or do you mean the walk in the trench? I mean, I don't like the walk design too much myself, to be honest. Like, they look like, I don't know, like these funny dogs, but I don't know. It was not my cup of tea, but I felt like the interaction on the screen was done okay. Disney one thing, yeah, they definitely had this hyena look, kind of. The walks look like these prehistoric hawks. I don't know, because somebody talked about CGI stuff. No, they make the first like, as far as I know, the first season has 8 episodes, the second 9, the third has 10, then the fourth 11, the last 12, and that is 50 episodes in total, so 50 hours of content. I have to consider that the like. Also, you posted you had lost a space somewhere. We have this topic. It's not my fault. It's just the bot just bans you then. Not bans, just removes the message. Yeah, but you have to keep in mind that the Fellowship of the Ring had a budget of, I think, $93 million, which seems very, very small if you now think about it. Like, in 2000, $93 million, I don't know what. Like, if you would produce Peter Jackson, Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, today, it would probably cost like 200 million or something like that. It would be definitely far more expensive. It's kind of interesting that every film had around about $94 million dollars budget in of the Peter Jackson's ones. So it's still like a kind of like a difference, in my opinion, in comparison. Would you calculate it down to 40 or 50 episodes and say they only have $1 billion? I mean, they spent like $500 million on 8 episodes, so that's 62 million per episode. That is still less than 93, and so on. I mean, it's a lot. Don't get me wrong. So for every hour, 63 million, probably more than Peter Jackson. But you have to keep in mind, in 2000, you got a bit more out of your 93 million than you get today. cheaper actors. Probably actors were cheaper as well, but still, I'm kind of happy. But let's move on. It's we wanted to talk about episode what's it called? Something with 3. No, it's episode 6, of course. Yeah. So Nori is leaving the hobbits, and we have this beautiful scene at the end, which also felt very like Peter Jackson, like again. We have the music below it. It's of course a different. You only make props once, yeah, for sure, but it still costs money to make. You have other things to pay, like. And stuff gets maybe I don't know. When you use it, it gets broken or so. Especially if not everything is made out of full metal. And I think also the Peter Jackson stuff is not all made out of full, like the chainmails. Didn't they? I think some are, but not all of them. But they look pretty decent though. I think the only thing I would criticize is that the is on the Numenorian armor is this white top part that always looks a bit like it's made of plastic. That's, in my opinion, a strange design choice. Besides that, I don't mind. Oh, yeah, it's so bad at posting the space. Okay, so this basically brings us to the end of the Hobbit part. So now we only have to discuss Galadriel, I think. We could briefly talk about Eärien, because it seems like she has looked at the Palantir as well, which is interesting, but let me see, where is it? There's an interesting detail in this scene with the Palantir. It seems like Tar Palantir I don't know, either confuses her or so. Kind of interesting. And Eärien finds the Palantir then later on top, and maybe also sees the future of the island. And so far everybody has, or people has come to different conclusions what this means. What I found interesting though is that to open this secret door, he had this kind of star-formed seal thing in his hand, which I find an interesting detail. It's not shown where he uses it, but it's kind of an interesting prop that it exists. Was definitely noticeable. So the next question, the next strange thing, of course, is like a remain of the last episode, which was strange. First of all, we have Elrond and Celebrimbor talking, and Celebrimbor says at one point that at one point you could take the sun would fit into your palm because it was the fruit of one of the 2 trees. Let me just see. I have several artworks of the 2 trees. Always difficult to find though. I mean, at this point, it would be easier to just look in the first episode at the beginning. But yeah, the last fruit of this tree here of Laurelin, the golden tree, out of that the sun was made, and out of the last flower of Telperion, this tree, the moon was made. We told the story many times. Of course, the trees got destroyed and so on and so forth, but yeah, it's It's an interesting point that he makes. So this tree looks so big that I can't believe that the fruits fit into your palm, to be honest, but whatever. Doesn't matter too much. Maybe the fruits are also just normal sized. Who knows? Definitely a possibility. Let me just find the Celebrimbor scene again. And yeah, this is the first time we see a bit more of Eregion. Like, we wished it for such a long time, and now it seems our wishes got fulfilled. We see a few more people, not that many. It looks very empty in a way. We only have, like, these few people here standing at times. And, but we saw also some additional rooms now, which were not there before. The Twilight hairstyle. I'm in love with Galadriel's costume. Yeah, Galadriel's costume looks pretty decent, I have to admit. I mean, we can argue about Celebrimbor, but interesting. Yeah, here he makes this gesture with his hand. It fits in his palm. Kind of interesting detail. But yeah, then Galadriel arrives to the surprise of everybody. And yeah, she says something strange. She says he got wounded 6 days ago. So she's telling us that she rode from roundabout here, the Morgul Vale. I assume that is where the camp is. And from that she rode to Eregion, which is up here, in 6 days. Like, we discussed this in previous streams, how nonsensical the idea is to have a heavily wounded person ride 800 miles on a horse in 6 days, because that would mean they would have to ride 140 miles every day on horse. I think that is not even possible, isn't it? Yeah, Isildur still under the burning house 6 days later, waiting for Beric. Yeah, I guess that is a classic time and space paradoxon in film that happens kind of a lot, but when you have different places, you have to cover it once. And they also fast travel. That's the next point, right? Let me just see. I'm not sure. There's also a small scene where we see basically the Misty Mountain, the Thyglir, in the background. Here we see the towers of Eregion, and so on and so forth, which is here. And yeah, 850 miles in 6 days. You see his dad get over it? Yeah, it is. I mean, in theory, he can't be dead, but hope he's not dead. It would be really strange. Defibrillator in his feet. Yeah, every possibility. Yeah, then Elrond and Galadriel talk and so on and so forth. It's kind of interesting to see that he says that I don't know. He sees it as a mistake now that he sent her to Valinor. So I still think it was probably not a mistake, because Galadriel he was onto something there. And yeah, and here was the scene where I knew, okay, like this scene here was definitely the scene where I knew I was right. Let me just pull it up on screen. And we see Celebrimbor and Halbrand meeting. Halbrand was also a moment ago, or a while ago, treated by the elves because of his wound. And yeah, here it becomes like apparent that it is Halbrand who is Sauron. But she was not supposed to, like, it. If she would have went to Valinor, she would not have brought back Sauron. You have to see it from this perspective, though. I guess then maybe Sauron would have destroyed Numenor in a way, but yeah, the plan makes no sense. The rafting part is completely nonsensical. It's terrible. Like, let's not even talk about that. But yeah, it's very interesting. I kind of like how Charlie Wickes and forgot the actor's name, of course, but yeah, the actor of Celebrimbor and the actor of Halbrand play this scene. Like, but at this point, I guess it was for the most people pretty clear. Yeah, he's Sauron. Like, there wasn't even a second guess, I feel. Yeah, Bim was also there. Maybe he would have lived as redeemed Myron in Numenor happily. I don't think so. This should have happened 2 episodes ago. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, it's really strange. And yeah, he gives him like some ideas to do, and yeah, he starts already manipulating him and putting ideas in his head and so on and so forth. And Celebrimbor was really happy to hear this, and Charlie Vickers also calls it a gift. And at this point, it really becomes very clear that yeah, Halbrand is Sauron. Charles Edwards, Chris, thank you, Yoshi, Noah. I mean, they're forging, I guess, small things there. It's not like they forge heavy stuff, I assume. Like, they're jewel smiths, not blacksmiths. But I don't know why it has to be on top of a building, to be honest. But the elves thought it would be a good idea. It's not in the book, so I don't care. Yeah, here we have the scene that I am skipped kind of over. It seems like that maybe due to the connection over Kemen, Earien, maybe also because she's good at what she does. It's hard to tell. Like the apprentices of the Builders Guild get like the honor to craft or come up with a tomb for the king, for Tar Palantir or Ar Anziladun. Kind of interesting. Also, speaking of Anziladun, Rune is, as said, a voiceless trill at the beginning, like a voiceless trilled R. It's kind of interesting that the actress did, in my opinion, a really good job to make it sound somewhat naturally. Like, when I say Rune, it always sounds a bit strange. It's kind of difficult if you trill the R and then you start the consonant, that your voiceless R becomes like a voiced R for a short moment. Voice trill. Kind of interesting. But yeah, we already discussed that she sees a Palantir, and it's kind of interesting. And in addition, then we have a high visitor. We have High King Gil-galad visiting them. He's probably surprised to see Galadriel there. Didn't I send you off into the west or something? Why are you here again? Well, kind of, in a way, it's kind of funny. When did somebody say Rune? It's spelled like this. It's a Sindarin word and means east. The cultists, the mythics, the Nazgûls say Rune 2 times or so in this episode. It's relatively at the beginning, I guess. But yeah, and the High King has to make like a decision. And the problem is with this episode that it kind of confirms that Mithril is indeed a magical metal, which is stupid. And on top of that, that means that maybe this mythology, this myth thing is true. And maybe it's also true that they really will die in spring or in a few weeks when they don't leave Middle-earth soon. And so time is very, very valuable here, which I find kind of interesting. And yeah, Bimbo just needs a bit more time to get his ideas done. And it's kind of interesting, this particular scene, because he says to Gil-galad that they forge like a new great power or something like that, and a power not of the flesh but over flesh, or something like that. And that is the same what Adar said to Galadriel in this barn, which I found, of course, a pretty cool reference. And this makes her suspicious, because from Adar, she knows that all the stuff that was what he told her. Interestingly, so in a way, Adar maybe spoke even the truth, and he maybe even quoted Elrond there quite directly. So it's kind of interesting that Adar, as a character, isn't lying. Like Sauron is a character that would lie in every situation or so, or just to manipulate your opponent. But here, I feel like Adar was really telling the truth, which is a very interesting detail in a way. Like he's simply interested in his children surviving. That makes sense, and turning Mordor into the Southlands into Mordor, which he did with the help of Waldrick. But I feel like it's an interesting detail that this connects so well to the last somewhat well to the last episode. It's not that difficult. It's not overly elegant in a way, but it's still kind of, I liked that this was the hint where Galadriel started to get suspicious. And for my opinion, as said, you could have done this maybe more subtle or so, but for me it worked. I'm not sure how Chad sees this, but Galadriel getting suspicious here, also in my opinion, definitely not the worst part of this episode, I feel. story behind the gems that ended up being incorporated in the 3 Elven Rings. In the books, I can't think of one, I guess. Here in the show, they made one up, but yeah, I agree. Like, we have 3 rings, and we had 3 Silmarilli. One in the sky or in the air, you could say. One in the fire or in the earth or in the fire, and one in the sea. So we have water, fire, and air as elements, and this is kind of reflected by the Rings of Power as well. And we know that each great ring of power had its proper gem. Something like this is described, except for the one ring. It's even said that the lesser rings also had potentially no gems, because I think it's compared to the lesser rings of power, which we also have not seen in the show, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. And yeah, interestingly, also we talked about Galadriel's dress, which yeah, I heard a lot of people seem to like it. Here we see her. Finally, she's not in armor and so on. So it seems to be like she put down her sword. Now she's not wearing an armor consistently anymore. So it's kind of a change for her, it feels. Though, to be fair, at the beginning, when she was in Lindon, she also was not wearing an armor. I guess if she's not in combat, why should she wear an armor then? But yeah. I mean, they have these gigantic mechanisms that work on these, whatever the English word for Blasebalg is. And I knew it. Like, we discussed this previously, but I forgot the word again, because I never use it in my daily life, so it's hard to memorize it. It is called a bellows, I think, right? Yeah, that's how I pronounce it. Okay, awesome. Please, no more armor renting. No, I just want to say that it's interesting that she's not wearing one. Also, Celebrimbor's dress has changed, which is also interesting, in my opinion. I just noticed. And yeah, Galadriel confronts Celebrimbor. Who said this to him? Why would he use this specific phrasing? And yeah, Galadriel starts to be very suspicious and starts doing, like, now we have Sherlock Galadriel, or I'm not sure how to call it, but and she's looking for at some point she's like asking stuff. Also, in the meantime, Celebrimbor, not Celebrimbor, Elrond talks to his boss, to King Gil-galad, and says, "Yeah, we need more time, King." And they have an interesting conversation. I really like. I don't know why there's. I mean, the king betrayed him and lied to him and so on. So I can imagine that their relationship is kind of a bit at a bit of tension, to be honest. But I found it interesting, especially when Elrond basically uses the same argument against King Gil-galad for concerning hope, that that he used against Elrond to basically break his oath against the dwarves and so on. It's in this regard a very interesting turn. I kind of like this little dialogue snippet here. Still, I don't like how Gil-galad is written in this show. Like, not at all. Like, it's I was so looking forward for Gil-galad, and I like the actor, but like how he's written and how he behaves is just I don't know, not liking it. Let's put it that way. But an interesting scene again. I always would trust Adar, except he wants to sacrifice you for whatever reason. Then I would not trust Adar. Yeah, well, I have to admit I got used to the laurels by now. Like, I don't care. The show has bigger problems than Gil-galad's laurels. So. And yeah, we also see some other elves helping out doing smithy stuff, which is interesting in that regard. Like, there are others, and we know, of course, these are the Gwais Imerdain in the books, and so the people, what are they called? People of the jewels? People of the jewel smiths? I forgot how it's translated, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. Durin's crown I kind of like, I have to admit. It looks very ancient and maybe from a time when the dwarves weren't known for their... I mean, the dwarves were always crafty people, but you know, it looks like very, very early. And that makes it kind of cool, I feel. And also, yeah, now Galadriel is contacting this man here. And he is supposed to find information about the Southlands. And it's so strange that why would Eregion have information of the Southlands and about some obscure family tree of some weird king nobody has ever heard about? That is strange and, in my opinion, a bit too convenient again. Glad is more fair, like Fëanor than Fëanor be. I don't think so. Fëanor would be still a notch over Galadriel. I think she made a lot of progress so far in the show. He kind of reminds me of Mr. Hom, I think is the name from Star Trek. Like, isn't that the assistant from Lwaxana Troi? That's yeah, kind of what I have to think. He's the assistant. He has to look for information, and he does. And then, interestingly, Galadriel has this weird dialogue, like Celebrimbor and so on are moving along. And I think also Halbrand comes in this passage. Oh, I think you didn't see it, right? I forgot to sometimes switch the scenes. But she's kind of hiding because nobody shall know what she's up to. Quite suspicious. Not sure if I showed Mr. Hom. Here we see Elrond and Celebrimbor walking through this place. And then suddenly a Halbrand appears. And they have an interesting CSI. There you go. Sadek's box father. They have a dialogue, but you already notice that Galadriel is kind of suspicious to him. And I think smart as Halbrand, aka Sauron, is, he definitely notices it. I mean, it's of course kind of strange that there's so many strange details we might discuss in a moment. I also want to point out you have no idea how much I'm looking forward to go to bed. But yeah. And now comes the Harfoot section with the ring race and so on and so forth. Then we have the boat, then we have Elendil and Miriel. We talked about this. Here we have the next scene, I think, is when suddenly in the forge something explodes, and yeah, they seem to have some problems here with their techniques that they have to refine and so on. And Galadriel makes like a suggestion that we should not overpressure ourselves, or whatever she says, in this regard. And yeah, it I don't know, destroys even things here, and that brings them to the idea that they should use less pressure. I don't know. They find some arbitrary excuses for this. Excuses for why, like, I have to portray that they experiment a bit and try to do stuff. Yeah, it's 3:30 in the morning, and even after that. I just want to point out, I got up at I don't know, 5:30 yesterday or something like that. So yeah, I'm awake for quite some time, getting close to 24 hours. And yeah, but Halbrand is still here, and he's working, he has his ideas and so on, and he tells what the people did wrong. And yeah, it's very interesting to see. And then in the same scene, the Mr. Hom comes, and interesting question, does the assistant has a name? Maybe we could find it out, right? Okay, it's just named Elven Lawmaster Josh Metcalf. I'm not sure if I pronounced his name right. Shoutouts to him. Fantastic Lawmaster. Looks a bit like Mr. Hom though, but that Are the ears? Oh, that's awesome that you also are here. Still, even though you also got up very relatively early. I mean, it always depends on how long you slept, in my opinion. But yeah, and Halbrand notices it and becomes suspicious. So as a result, they introduce the meeting, if that makes sense. And it really seems like they have information on this particular line. Why is it so difficult to find this frame? But interestingly, we see only this particular shot here. Let me see. Yeah, this one here. And she never really reads it, but she tells us what is on it. So the reading part is skipped. I feel like it's too hard to read what is written on here. I have to admit I can't even see what writing system this might be. He's totally Mr. Hom. Yeah. I'm happy that a lot of people know Mr. Hom. Yeah, it kind of ends somewhere. It doesn't matter too much. It's just the information. We also have this symbol here and so on, like the weapon also. The weapon. In German the word is Wappen. The crest. I think it is written in... Okay, chat. This is written in Numenorian script for whatever reason. This is the A, I think, or the I. This is an O. What this here is supposed to be, don't ask me. Maybe a T? No, it's too difficult to read, unfortunately. Yeah, I think we Googled it somewhere. No, not we Googled. It was posted on Twitter. He's 1 meter 88. I don't know how high, how tall that is in foot, but he's not small, but he's also not a giant. It's just Morgoth Clark is pretty sure it's not that tall. Still, besides her size, she fits the looks of Galadriel pretty well, in my opinion, though. Could be, well, yeah. And luckily for you and for me, I can't read it because it's too blurry. Else we would completely read everything that is on this piece of paper. I would need a frame where it's readable, unfortunately. Maybe Elrond later gives us a better shot at it, because Elrond actually reads the scroll. While Galadriel guys read it as well, it just happened off screen, which I don't mind. Wait, do we ignore? It makes no sense, to be fair. But, I mean, who else, like, maybe it really makes no sense, to be honest. For a moment I thought maybe the Numenoreans wrote it down and gave it to the elves at some point, but the Numenoreans had very little contact in this time. On the other side, you could make an argument that thousands of years ago they had also a writing system, and that the Numenoreans, I don't know, was their system developed out of, I don't know. Though in theory it should be written in Kiers if it's an elvish thing they're written on. It's really strange. I agree with you. You have to see it from my perspective. I'm really tired, so I just want to end this as fast as possible. And yeah, it's definitely it is strange. It makes no sense that it's written in a Numenorean script. Maybe, okay, there's one thing it could make sense. Maybe the Numenoreans, like, it's not the original, the Numenoreans made a copy of it and wrote it in their Numenorean script or for whatever reason. But on paper, it should not be written in Numenorean script. It's very strange. Was the Numenorean script invented in Numenor from the script? I don't know. It looks in details similar to, for example, Kiers. No, it's not really like, but it has some similarities to some of the Elven writing systems. So I assume it developed out of it. Like inside the show, it was developed for the show. It's not like a Tolkien writing system, to my knowledge. Might be has some inspirations from here and there, but yeah. But the cool thing in this show, I have to give them credit for that, is even though Numenorean script might make no sense, it also makes no sense that they often speak Quenya. But what is interesting is that if something is written somewhere, you can actually read it, and something is written there. It's not gibberish usually. Maybe this scroll might be might be an exception to that. I'm not sure because I can't read it because it's too blurry. But a lot of the stuff we have seen, even like the plans that Elrond shows to that Celebrimbor shows to Elrond in episode 2, you can read that, and it's written in Tengwar, I think it was. That is also a good point. Galadriel dropped the scroll into the water. The librarian will fine her for the damage, I think. Totally possible. Maybe Sauron dropped it in the water, so he has to pay a fine. Yeah, she better watch her back when Mr. Hom is around. I think also he's written like this, according to Memory Alpha. Hope I wrote Mr. correct. She's always right. Wow. Okay, we get into bad territory. However, now we have the final big confrontation between Halbrand and Galadriel in the scene, finally. And yeah, I called it. Albrand is Sauron. And yeah, she basically tells him that the line ended. There is no hair. You can't be the person you claim. And he says to her, yeah, and Halbrand basically says, yeah, I got it from a dead body. I told you at the beginning. It's kind of fascinating that in a weird way, Sauron says a lot of things that are true in a way, but also kind of not. It's I kind of like that. However, Galadriel makes something really strange, which makes no sense in my opinion. She throws the scroll on the ground. Why? And it's even not completely rolled up, I think. I mean, she was in the process of doing so, but if we look at this particular frame here, we just let's go of it. I don't know why. Didn't notice on first watch because I guess it's just a weird thing, but it's really strange. I think Mr. Hom will not be happy. He will never lend her like scrolls again if she treats them so poorly. Also not sure if you can see this here, but yeah. That falls down. And she asks him who he is. And then probably she does not want to know, but we all wanted to know, but we all knew who he is. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that maybe Galadriel believed in him more than Sauron did, which is kind of funny in that regard. It was also that he's not wrong. Oh, here we can actually read it. Okay. Bad news. We have to maybe look into this. Has a lot of text. I'm really tired, to be honest. Let me get my document up here. It'll be worth it. Probably not, but I'm just curious if it's gibberish, if you can actually, if it makes any sense what is written there. Okay, so that should help me kind of a bit. What could this letter be, chat? Is it an S? Would make no sense though. Maybe it's another script. Because some of the letters don't look too familiar, to be honest. Really seems... Wait. It's maybe Kir's. It's just it has this unusual handwriting, if that makes sense. It's probably not Numenorian script. Let me just see my little table here. I might really heavily stylized. I don't... What could the first letter be, chat? Like usually Kir's letters are not rounded. So this might be a U then. This here is strange though. It could be an S. Us. That's always a question, huh? It could be a TH. Could be... Would be an LH. Okay, looking thing here's an R. Hard to read. No, that doesn't make any sense. So maybe it's its own thing or it's just gibberish. Like in parts it looks like Numenorian script, but it is not. Maybe it's a whole new writing system that we have not seen before. Definitely a possibility. Then it would be pretty cool if they had like an additional writing system extra for just this purpose here. But I have to admit I can't really read it. That's interesting to know. Yeah, unfortunately, it could be. Maybe somebody knows something in chat that helps. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. But I have to still at least give them credit for that. That they usually you can read stuff that is written somewhere. Somebody definitely put in the effort, which is pretty cool. It could be gibberish in this case, but I like so far on all the maps and even stupid text in the background. And we really tried, me and Kirdan and some other people tried to read them, and you could usually read them. So somebody definitely put in the effort. It might be surprising, but yeah, it seems somebody cared enough to do this. And what I also find very funny that yeah, this scene I forgot. Like Galadriel tries to kill him, but Sauron is not impressed. Let's put it that way. Look at the first name. All the names start with the same letter. That is, I noticed that there is a common pattern in this. So if it's an Adonaic script, it would start maybe with R and with A and R. If we are talking about kings. I said, it's there seems to be some kind of system, and the names are slightly different. But as said, it's yeah, strange, or I guess it makes no sense trying to read that, because there's I definitely missed some information here. I believe in you. Yeah, maybe we do this another stream, not in this one, because like I said, I first I thought it would be Adonaic script because some of the letters looked Adonaic, but then I noticed no, some letters look like Kiers, and then it confuses me. Still, it's unfortunate that she throws this document on the ground. Come back to us, look into the light. Yeah, how did people like the Galadriel Sauron confrontation scene? That's probably a good time for Paul here. Maybe I should phrase it a bit better. How would you rate the Galadriel and Sauron talk scene? You know what I mean, right? Oh, I'm really getting tired. Wait. Of course, now the bot comes. Let me get the thing here. Stop bot. Go to sleep, bot, you're drunk. Exactly. Yeah, that would be cool. Like some crewman name or whatever on this list. Okay. So far, a lot of people think it was a pretty good scene. That's interesting to see, I have to admit. I kind of hoped that people would like it, or I would have just like expected it, because I think it's pretty decent. Oh, the amazing bad boys here. Welcome. Nice to see you. So yeah, in case people are wondering, there's currently a vote here going on. We try to find out how people like the or would rate the Galadriel and Sauron talk scene this year, and then on the boat in the dream sequence and so on, all that stuff. I feel like half of the people here in chat are watching are already fallen asleep. So that's of course unfortunate, but yeah, I also really like that scene. Like that is kind of how I hoped it would turn out. So they did a pretty good job. I felt like the actors worked pretty well on that. as well. The ship has all loved it. Okay, a few people are still voting. Nice to see. Yeah, but let's the vote run a little bit. I also like that, to be honest. Like, that is definitely the highlight of the episode, and it has to be, of course. He says some pretty good lines, in my opinion. He says stuff like, "Yeah, well, I wanted to be a Numenor, you wanted to," and it's kind of funny. He's really right in a way. Like, Galadriel really pushed him to get away from Numenor and not doing what he's doing and so on all the time. She even was like talking, like not letting him say anything, and basically talked for him, so he could not decline or say anything wrong and so on. And Vickers pointed out that Sauron want to sideline or corrupt Galadriel, not share power. Yeah, Sauron does not want to share power. That is true. Sauron wants all the power for himself. He wants to be the one and true God King of the world, basically. Yeah, there was some pretty nice scenes. But it also shows, like, this particular scene, that it would not be that easy to kill Sauron, even if she would, if he would stand before her. So that's kind of interesting. Like, in a weird way, what I liked about this scene is when we had the Adar stuff. Adar felt like he was definitely on the same level as Galadriel, maybe a bit over her, but now she has to realize that this Sauron guy is like a whole nother league. Like, he's like Adar, she might have been able to even kill, but not Sauron. Like, he's just far too strong. And you even see this how he just pulls her down, like if it was nothing. And we're talking about Galadriel, who's really strong, like and knows how to fight. And like, if there's one thing she's good at, it's killing people, and it's not working here. So that, of course, yeah, definitely shows. And of course, for people wondering, Sauron is like an angel of lower rank. Maybe you could argue a fallen angel or so, but nonetheless a Maya, and one of the more powerful Maya for sure. As a result, he's like a supernatural being. Very interesting. Okay, so let's end the poll here, which is like, the result is not surprising, to be honest. So I would have thought it would have played out a bit more positive at the end. So it says basically 54% say 3 out of 3, 22% say 1 out of 3, and 2 out of 3 also 22%. So I would say, yeah. Like, most people, like the people that absolutely don't like it are, of course, in a minority here. Most people really enjoyed this scene. So yeah, the question: what was planned, what was not planned? Always a good one. Really hard to tell. But yeah, now we are back to episode 1. Now with adult Galadriel, though in her childhood scene, and yeah, she then can meet her brother and so on, which is very interesting to see. Not sure if I just showed you the scene here or not, so we maybe do this again. Kind of interesting to see. Maybe they filmed it at the same day. It would be interesting to know. Like with the child actress and so on, so they have the same weather and so on. And she's like, I like her. I like the reaction of Galadriel. I think she acts this really well. Like how she looks at him, and it's kind of, she really is happy to see her brother again. She really is happy to see him again. But she also knows, oh no, it's an illusion. In case, Billy, you wonder, you just missed like a dot somewhere in your message, even though I don't see it, to be honest. Ah, yeah. That Sauron, there was a dot has. There was no space, so the bot thought you post a link and then it times you out. Like nothing, like nothing happened in this episode, to be honest. But yeah, then even though he looks like her brother, she knows he is not her brother. So it's like she has to play like joy and kind of despair and so on. It's, yeah, don't worry. It's just so people sometimes don't know why they get randomly kicked or so for writing a message. Always looks strange, especially probably people not aware. The other people not aware, why was this guy now banned? Even though the bot says so, but usually just an error. Yeah, if you type on a phone or so, it happens easily. And yeah, it seems like he even knows what her brother said to her and so on. So he's really in her mind. I guess. But yeah, I don't understand. Did I miss something? Like, there was some. What indications were there? Like, he tried to make Galadriel her queen, and Galadriel refused. It's definitely possible that Celeborn is imprisoned. I could imagine he maybe died in war and is re-embodied and sent back. Like what is going on here? Strange. It maybe died in war and was re-embodied and sent back, like Glorfindel once. Some even think that he might be the hero. here we also have like the whisper scene, so it's kind of interesting to see this reflected again. Also, I forgot to switch the scene. Yeah, it's just a ploy. He's tempting her. I believe this as well. Sauron does not share power. Like, you remember the quote of Gandalf from the Peter Jackson films? I think it's pretty spot on. Although I should not skip through the scene when it's still on screen. But it's very interesting. Next, they are on the boat where they first met. So very curious if they filmed this at the same time or later again or so. Yeah, no, I don't think so. It's just he retries to manipulate her. That's what Sauron does. Some good scenes, and yeah, then we have later the reflection scene in the water. That one was pretty cool, I have to admit. They have a very long conversation, which I need to listen to again. We will maybe look into this deeper or discuss this a bit more in the in the watch party, potentially tomorrow, because it's late and I don't remember too much. Here we see like the water becomes a bit CGI now and reflects a lot, and I mean, reflecting water and seeing visions and so on is definitely also like Galadriel style for sure. But yeah, here the reflection is normal, and then we have this potential scene here, which is also a bit obscured and so on. But yeah, it's a pretty cool scene, I have to admit. Henrik, I don't know why they don't do this. Why Galadriel doesn't do it. I have no good idea. I feel like it's not fitting for her character. I feel at this point she should be doing this. Yeah, kind of like that, right? Sauron can be definitely compared to like a devil or something like that, or the devil. Definitely like a demon or so. And he's like tempting Galadriel and bring her on his side, but of course he would betray her. He's Sauron. He's a deceiver. He's not the person that seek the truth. Like here we have maybe a better shot of that. Definitely kind of interesting to see. But yeah, Galadriel does not fall for it. And she's angry enough, luckily. And yeah, Sauron has convinced others before. And now she's even able to threat him, which is kind of interesting to see as well. But yeah, it's a very long and interesting scene. We have to definitely go through it in the watch party again. Then we are back to the drowning scene again. And yeah, they also like had really to learn to hold their breath for quite some time, which is definitely some dedication for the actors to learn this diving. And then it's Elrond, and luckily enough, and yeah, Elrond and Galadriel basically asks Elrond how they first met, and potentially Sauron can't know or so. Who knows? It seems like Sauron knows like a lot of secrets or so. Yeah, but then Galadriel finds it out, and Elrond says something to her, but I could not understand it. I also forgot what he says. I think it was Aquis Tesse or something like this. I don't know what it means though. R is usually, it says in the subtitle it's Quenya, and R would then be an imperative article, and Quis could mean something like live, life, I don't know. Really strange. But Tessa, I could not find out what it's. Maybe a pronoun or so. Pretty hard to tell. Also, there are a lot of flowers in the background. Looks kind of nice in the background, I have to admit. Even though Galadriel tries to kill Elrond, which is not good. She asks good secret questions like a good CIA agent would do. But yeah, she asks about the ring, I think, and then they move to Celebrimbor relatively fast, and Elrond doesn't get what's going on. One moment she tried to stab him, the next moment she's running to Celebrimbor and is asking what it is, and then yeah, they notice that Celebrimbor is kind of gone, and they should not treat with him ever again. So there's that. But she doesn't tell them that Halbrand is Sauron. So maybe the other can think by now that something is fishy with this Halbrand guy, but they don't know what it is, which is kind of how the status is described in the books, at least in some versions we have. Like Galadriel knew something was wrong there, but I love that positive attitude. Thank you. But yeah, it is really, really strange that Galadriel is not telling anybody about who he really is, which would be an insignificant and very important information. And they still decide to create the rings. Galadriel suggests that they should not make 2 rings like Halbrand suggested, but 3, because 2 just brings, I don't know, strife. and in 3 there is maybe a balance. It's kind of also reflecting like the number of the Silmarillion and so on, and also like one is the ring of fire, one of the air, and one of water. Same with one Silmaril being in the sky, so in the air, one in the ocean, so water, and one inside a fiery pit inside the earth, so fire. And yeah, that is definitely a detail here that they potentially consider. And try to reflect, and with the rings, with the 3 elven rings of power at least. And she also says nobody should know about it or touch it, and so on and so forth. And so that's always unfortunate. The reason you have 3 poll options. Yeah, potentially that is also the reason why I have 3 poll options. Good thing is I can still read your messages when they get deleted by the bot. But yeah, she doesn't tell this particular detail. And then they decide to still forge the rings, and it is kind of strange. But I assume the alternative, like they don't have any alternative. Either they create those rings, and so far, even if it is made by Sauron, or the design is by Sauron, it might help them, or it's supposed to help them. That is definitely a possibility. That they simply need these rings, else they would have to leave Middle-earth. There's no other way around it. They don't have enough mithril, so they need to make those rings. Even though it's a stupid idea, I agree with you. So I feel like this is also a part I feel is rushed. Or why I think this is rushed. Because this is a huge dilemma for them, even in this particular setup. And I think they do it very poorly from exploring why they are doing this. Like, we as viewers have to do a lot of thinking to understand their motives, I feel. And it would work, in my opinion, much, much better if they simply had more time to explore this particular conflict. Okay, we have to leave, or we have to trust kind of what the enemy gave us. And the question is, yeah, I don't know. So that would be definitely my interpretation of this stuff. She just wants 3 so she can have a ring too. I don't think so. I really think she has kind of a point. Having 3 rings might be better. Yeah. Probably she didn't tell the others so they don't have doubts, and she made the decision for them, which Galadriel made for Halbrand in the past as well. So, yeah, it seems like kind of old Galadriel again. Not sure if that's like, I don't know, it's for sure not smart to make those rings. But at this point, they don't know that Sauron can forge a one ring to control the other rings. So this is unknown knowledge for them. I'm not sure if they could have guessed it, but... And maybe also has to only work for some time. Like in the books, it takes Sauron 7 years, I think, or quite a few years to forge the one ring. It's not like it's instantly there. So they have a bit of time and peace, and maybe in the meantime the dwarves start mining mithril, and that could also help them in some shape or form. Very interesting to see where they go from here, though. I really think it's rushed, and it's very unfortunate, in my opinion, that we see the forging in one episode. I like, though, that Galadriel has to now offer her her dagger. Let me just see, because I have to search it here. Not sure. No, it's a direct cut. Here it is. So Galadriel has to sacrifice her dagger, because for whatever strange made-up reason, only the material from this dagger is enough to make those rings. It has a purpose, awesome, but yeah, I don't know. I don't find it very elegant. I guess it kind of works, and in a way I like that Galadriel also has to make, at least from her perspective, some kind of sacrifice for these rings to be created, if that makes sense. But I guess it's again one of these very convenient writing ideas that just appear out of nowhere, right? Well, in the book, I don't know. I assume the Balrog is maybe moving deeper into the mines to be so he's not disturbed, and only like in the books the Balrog awakes 2,000 years into the Third Age. So if this is early, Second Age, or let's say year 1000, they still have 4,400 years left until the Balrog breaks out, even if they would dig for mithril all the time. So it can't be that bad with a Balrog. I'm very curious where they go with it, because in the books, they definitely had mithril mines, and Khazad-dûm could mine mithril for quite some time till something happened. But yeah, I kind of like that. Any idea how that's a good question, what happened with the other 16 rings? I have no idea. So I see only a few possibilities. Either they were already made off screen by Celebrimbor while testing. Definitely a possibility. I don't think so, to be honest, but I would, like I said earlier, the show sadly is sometimes written in a way that stuff happens off screen, which I don't like, especially stuff that we have to connect. Like, I don't know, it's sometimes I wish the show would just tell us stuff, and here it is kind of the same, but yeah, I don't know. Then yeah, as I said, I don't know if the rings should have been forged already. Probably not. If not, then we have the possibility that when the others are not there, Halbrand or whoever appears again in Middle-earth and helps out Celebrimbor crafting stuff. So I think in this process they might be forged later in secret, which would be stupid, and it's different in the books, but at least that is what is going on. That is a possibility. Then another possibility we might have is definitely that, though it's my least favorite, to be honest, that Sauron or somebody else is forging the 16 rings of power and later gifts the rings. However, if Sauron does not have those rings, it loses kind of this purpose for his later attack and so on. However, he could still say, yeah, I'm attacking because I want these 3 rings of these 3 elven rings of power. I don't care about the others. I have them anyway. So also a possibility. Maybe they just experiment with the craft further, and this way the rings are basically also created by accident until there are 19 great rings of power. I can't tell you that. But as said, I kind of like that Galadriel had to sacrifice her dagger here. And then at the end there has to be the final ingredient, the mithril, what is left from that. And yeah, this will be then enough, and yeah, they make some metal out of it. In the meantime, Elrond reads the scroll and also notice that there is no heir to this particular line Halbrand claims to be, so he must be somebody else. And maybe he can think, okay, who could this be? Well, why could Galadriel be so crazy, more crazy than usual? And yeah, Galadriel kind of knows, and in the meantime, the Rings of Power, these 3 Elven Rings of Power are created. We have Vilya, we have Nenya, and we have Narya. The Ring of Fire, the Ring of Air, and the Ring of Water. So it's also described as being like having, like being made out of mithril and having this white gem. So that's kind of fitting. And the wearers also could hide it. However, when Sauron later creates a One Ring, they can't wear the rings anymore. So that is important. And also, Vilya is considered the Ring of Air as the most powerful, I think, of them. An interesting Celebrimbor also says like he tried to kind of mimic to make little Silmarilli for Middle Earth, if that makes sense. So that's kind of an interesting process, if that an idea, if that makes sense. Was there a scene I forgot? Like there was one scene, of course, I forgot. Like we have them placing these gemstones and so on and so forth, so that definitely happens. Yeah, the blue ring looks pretty decent, I have to admit. And yeah, then we see like the rings on the table of them from above, like this. And then we have the interesting cut to the eye of Halbrand, which I thought was an interesting one. Also used this as a thumbnail for a moment. It's on this one here, it's too obvious. So yeah, we see an eye looking at Mount Doom Orodorin, and the ring still fading, and then yeah, we see Halbrand, aka Sauron, in Mordor, and yeah, he's looking at Orodorin, the fiery red mountain, also known as Mount Doom, and yeah, that's pretty much the end of the scene. The end of the stuff here. That's one cool shot, where we see Halbrand like here in small, and he's looking at at Mount Doom. So he's clearly in Mordor. Maybe we see like, isn't there like a shot where he looks kind of down a bit? Oh, yeah, here's a shot where it zooms out a little bit. I'm not sure if it's just burning here or if the orcs now live here and it's now his time to get back in charge. But for that, he for sure has to get rid of Adar in some shape or form. So that will be interesting. Pretty interesting shot. Sword, I'm in love. But yeah, the last shot here with Mount Doom and so on is pretty neat shot, I have to admit. I like that. Now, then the credits roll, and that would be, I assume, episode number, what is it called? 8. So, yeah, as a final, like, as a whole, the season, I don't know, it doesn't help. It was a decent episode, in my opinion, so it's not as bad as some people make it to be, but it could have been better. I feel like the show lost a lot of potential and, or not lost, but just simply not utilize all that was possible and all its potential. The song at the end was definitely competently made. Was not my cup of tea, I have to admit, but it's also not bad. Like, it's not like I hated it or so. I can see that people like it. Maybe didn't like the episode names. Yeah, this one, his episode's name was Alloyed, I think. I like the song. Various version of Frodo and Sam approaching. What? One half of that was the best part. Well. But yeah, is there anything left? Because I feel like I might make, like, I don't know, another what did the stuff bring? Because I'm really tired. I just want to go to bed. And yeah, I'm half asleep. It was a really bad episode, in my opinion, so it's good that some people make it out to be. I'm definitely not a fan of this episode, but I think still it was, like, there were worse episodes in Rings of Power and probably other shows. So for me, as overall, like, just looking at the show, how it is, it was kind of good translation stream. Yeah, maybe we could also do this in a watch party, but I'm not sure if I can even translate it, because I don't know what letters these are. Yeah, Galadriel gave up her weapon, transformed it into her shield, physical representation of her brother's last mission, if you will, even though she doesn't know it yet, but she will get there. In a way, though, it's also a shield she can't use as long as the enemy uses his shield or his weapon, the One Ring. So that definitely has, like, it's a double-edged sword in a strange way. But yeah, chat. As said, I'm really tired. It's really long. I'm not sure how long I streamed today. Just 5 hours. That is decent. We'll probably have to do another stream and maybe discuss season 1 as a whole. Not going through everything, but maybe just to give you my impressions of, or just discuss a little bit what are your impressions of the whole season and so on. Yeah, it was very nice to move the story move forward. Finally something happened in the show. That is already enough to get me kind of excited. But yeah, often the show felt like too many, like, just going through a list with checkboxes and just checking those one after another. Always a bit unfortunate, to be honest. I haven't re-rendered the credits, which I should. But maybe I just scroll up and give the person a verbal shout out. That's currently easier. No, I can't see it. That's unfortunate. Yeah, and this was the basically last analysis stream. Yeah, Kill Switch. He's already in the list, so I don't need to worry, right? But probably need to add the person who gifted it to you. Also, there's still a person who needs to get in contact with me so I can give him his prize that I forgot. And yeah, shoutouts to all the supporters of the different tiers and so on. There's also a mistake with my symbol here at the end, but whatever. It was fun again. See you in 2024. Yeah, basically, that is the plan, right? Because it seems like potentially next year there won't be a new episode out. So that would be kind of unfortunate. However, after having this covered for such a long time, I'm also looking forward to return a bit to normal, to normal coverage of book stuff and a better work-life balance, I guess. But yeah, that would be pretty awesome. 2 years without heresy, great. Yeah. But yeah, there will be other live streams on this channel though, where we maybe discuss just the book lore, which is also needed. I know a lot of people wrote in the comments and so on, and let me know, hey, as soon as the show is over, I watch your content again, but currently can't be asked because I don't want to watch the show, which is totally fine. Hope some people return then, and yeah, hope I can deliver decent content that has nothing to do with the show. Has the series boosted your channel viewership? I would say, no, I would say definitely. I have much more viewers. Like September was probably the most successful month on this channel ever. The only unfortunate side effect is that people usually don't watch my news stuff that much. Like, it's still watched a little bit, and since I produce a lot of content every week, it's okay-ish, I feel like, but most, like, the big views I get on my older videos, unfortunately. Though I would wish that also some of the newer videos, like my Who's Galadriel video, would get views. But that would bring us into YouTube territory. But so far I can't complain. Like, last month was like, as said, the best month ever. This month is also extremely, like, could also be one of the second best months ever, basically. Something like that. So yeah, I hope still that people enjoyed this, and of course, I always need new subscribers, so if you're new and want more Tolkien content and so on, or maybe check the watch party, which might be later today, I should say. So it's Saturday evening or something, where I have to see when I'm able to do stuff. So before my head smashes on the keyboard and I start sleeping here, I really need to move on. If you watch this as a VOD, or even if you watch now right in live chat, feel free to press the like button, always much appreciated. When the video is available as a VOD, which is right after I end the stream, feel free to post a comment as well, because it always helps. Maybe check the review, ! Review in chat. I can do this if you want. My review of episode 7. There's also like talk a bit about how I see this in the context of season 1 and so on. So maybe interesting for you. Maybe check the Galadriel video or the Who's Elrond videos and so on and so forth. There's tons of content on this channel. And yeah, there's also more content to come, I hope. But yeah, maybe check the last roundtable. Also pretty fun. All that before. I would say pretty decent stuff there. But I think that is everything that is left to say. So, as said, hit the like button if possible, write a comment, maybe subscribe if you aren't yet. There's also other projects, Twitch channel, Discord, Twitter. Follow me on Twitter, for example, or maybe join the Discord. Would be much appreciated as well, especially the, I don't know, social media stuff sometimes. I even have an Instagram account, which I currently don't utilize that much, but yeah, it's just so much stuff to do. Twitch is of course also a thing, and stuff like that. in case people is looking for the Elrond videos. I'm not sure if I have a good command here. And also, let me just think, what was the other command? I guess it's ! Galadriel. So we get the good links here in chat. But yeah, that should be it for today. Again, people, thank you for watching. Have a fantastic rest of the day. And till next time, goodbye.